Starting the ED Copilot main process, please stand by. The ED Copilot process is starting.
Commencing startup sequence. Commander, please stand by. Commander, discovery mode is on, but your primary fire keybind has not been set to a key press. I will download them now. Auto firing of the discovery scanner will not work until Commander, you have a key press. Discovery mode is on, but your primary fire keybind.
Oh my god, I broke the thing. What's going on, guys? Jurassic here. Today we are back with Elite Dangerous. So today we're actually going to be joining another Elite Dangerous streamer, Vinny. First time we actually did this stream together. However, there's a cool emote that we're going to get together. And on top of that, well, we're going to be testing out Observatory tonight, see how well it actually works out for us. And hopefully, we'll be able to get it to display on screen, but we'll see how that works. I might have to change some things for that.
Copilot service will now restart to apply updates. See you soon.
But we will see. Alright, I believe I have everything set up.
Nice.
Now then, I think I have to do
A new ED Copilot executed.
this and
Starting the ED Copilot main process.
Hold on.
Please stand by.
combine chats, blah blah blah. Okay, do I? Yep. Start shared chat.
Did it work?
I don't know. Do you feel that it worked?
Is it subjective? Like,
Hold on, I got an idea.
I didn't see anything pop up.
Did that pop up in your world? No.
Greetings, Edie is here. Commencing startup sequences now. Give me a few seconds to wake up before you start bossing me around. You know I can get cranky when I've just woken up. Commander, discovery mode is on, but your primary fire keybind.
So maybe you have to go to my profile now that I'm live and then do the same thing?
The discovery scanner will not work until you map a key press to this keybind in game.
Possibly?
Systems and station data has been updated.
Alright, so ABCD1B. What kind of system name is that?
Last tick was 8 hours and 15 minutes ago at 1806.
Do you see like a knock function on my channel?
Been a few billion processing.
Yeah, I just clicked it, but it said something went wrong. Try again.
Huh.
All circuits are now fully
That's weird.
engaged.
So it shows we're streaming together, so we did that part right.
Self-settled in.
Oh, shared chat started.
We're in high
I think you clicked whatever it was supposed to do. As collaborating streamers bring their communities together, fun and culminating a chat experience.
The jump range for this ship is 78.5 light years.
Okay,
Did it work?
I think so.
We have missions outstanding. The first mission expires in 5
Nice.
hours and 26.
Alright, Edie, you're gonna have to give up on these missions. We're not doing them, clearly.
Bunai pirates in Bunai.
It's still trying to harass me. Oh, no, you weren't there that night. I did more pirate hunting on one of the streams, but I think you were busy doing stuff. And it went about the same as last time. I think we made like 40 million or 50 million just from killing people. I didn't do any contracts though.
Surrounded by glowing This is known as an accretion disk, and its form is the black hole sucks matter from its surroundings.
I think this is my new favorite HUD color for Elite Dangerous though. It's got like a Hulk kind of color vibe. Well, if you're new here, we do have Twitch drops currently going on, so if you're missing 4 skins, you can head over to my channel and collect them. But our goal for tonight is going to be to do some exobio, so we're going to be using ED Observatory. I'm kind of curious to see if it pops up on the screen, if I have to do a display capture. If we have to do a display, we'll probably have to set that up differently for next time. So I want to see like how it actually works. I believe it writes over the game file, so I should be able to display it normally this way, but I'm interested to test it out and see. And hopefully our exobio counter now works. Before I had it set up so it was only counting the stuff that we sold, and that's why it always showed 0. So we'll see this time if it actually updates. It's going to say 0 right now since we started this session. We haven't actually found any currently.
Fossil is online.
We got to get you a new ship soon.
Why are you always hating on my ship?
Because that ship is the death of me. I literally died in it.
I mean, that's just because you don't have drive.
No, it's because when we first started playing, I didn't know that I couldn't come out and back in, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And then the pirates jumped me after like 5 hours worth of mining.
Uh-huh.
It was a terrible disaster.
Yeah, it was.
Surface scanned by 50.
Surface scan complete. Oh, nobody wants bacterium. Get out of here.
1B. ABCD1B's landable with an
Alright, so
atmosphere.
maybe
Shall
let's
we-
go for the rare one since the Tusuk seem to be everywhere. Ah. Let's see. I mean, that's kind of a bigger patch. I learned that while I play the game, I always end up landing on the dark side of the planet for some reason.
Rocky body.
Uh-huh.
Surface temperature is minus 1.
It's not intentional, it just happens.
Gravity at the surface is 0.07 G.
Alright, so our goal is to land in the middle of that big blue patch in front of us. Theoretically, we should be able to find that, and maybe we'll be able to get the other life form as well. While we do that, Vinny's over in Capricorn B trying to mine up platinum. He wants to forward us a squad carrier.
I'm getting rich.
Now, on a side note, if you've never actually scanned Capricorn B, you could do an FFS scan and then turn it in for the community event. You might get a little bit extra money, too.
I might have to do that.
Okay, that looks kind of flat. Alright, it's about 50 meters from the ground. I mean, right here would be perfect, but I don't think it's gonna be that easy. This does look like a little bit of a hill. Maybe that thing in front of us. Oh, I bet it's that thing.
Number 1, the gravimetric
What are you looking
sensors are
for?
indicating a slight deviation
Tusuk?
from expected reading.
Tusuk?
It could be a minor calibration issue or something more
Hey.
significant.
Hey, you asked me.
We have touched down.
So I do have a question. What is your plan with, I don't know what they call it now. Jump space, jump ship, jump something or another. Are you going to get that one?
Yeah, I probably will.
I'll get my flight stick over that way. So do you think you will?
Yeah, I think so. Probably.
It's kind of cool. So whenever you're like streaming with someone, it actually pops up 2 viewers and then 2 shared viewers. So you can actually see like exactly where everyone's coming from.
Gravity warning. Drive assist off.
Oh, that's right. Too close.
I lost the planet.
You lost the planet? I've done that a few times over there. Oh yeah, and good news is whenever I get spammed, I think you'll get spammed now too. Unless my... Actually, let me check your channel and see. Yeah, no. Yeah, okay. Well, my spams will count as activity for your spam chat, so.
Spam on.
I think you have to get, what, 3 people actively chatting at a time, so you should be able to get that tonight. Alright. Now, it popped up on my screen. Is it going to pop up on stream?
Found a red conker labiata. Another entry for our codex. That's worth around 2.35 million credits if you get a sample.
No, it does not.
Nicely done. A red conker labiata sample on this body that has not been reported to backend systems. Run EDC to notify external parties of this discovery.
Got me my first footfall already.
Nice.
Definitely cheated and found the system last time, but same difference.
That's the first sample of conker labiata collected, Commander. Now find another colony at least 150 meters away.
Yeah, guess I'll have to move everything over to a display capture when I play this.
Why?
Oh well. Well, I mean, I guess it's mostly for me anyways, but ED Observatory writes over the application, but it's not able to, like, completely override everything. So I can't actually, like, have it displayed through a game capture.
Oh, okay.
Distance to find a new colony of this species, sir.
So I can see it, it's just no one else can see it.
Yeah.
Everyone, we may soon see a pulsar in action. This is a highly magnetized, rotating neutron star that emits beams of electromagnetic radiation.
Alright, so let's grab this.
Second conker labiata sample collected.
Very weird looking planet too.
Another 150 meters from here and find our last sample.
I mean, it looks like a desert.
It kind of does. Hold on, let me... Something's not acting right. Let me turn something down. There we go. Yeah, we always mine platinum, so maybe one of these days we'll go out and try to mine something other than platinum.
Right.
Although, what is your normal work hours?
Normally 9 to 5.
9 to 5? If I can get my schedule fixed and actually get ahead in videos, then I'll actually try to stream at a more reasonable hour. Because it is nicer playing, you know, games when you have people to talk to.
Right.
And everyone else seems to have abandoned Elite Dangerous. Mustang refuses to unless there's aliens involved.
What about Sniper?
I don't know. Yeah, he joined the one night you were there.
What's he still
I
doing?
just
Farming?
completed a check on the ship's
think so.
weapon systems, and everything seems to
Yeah, I think it's either farming or No Man's
shouldn't
Sky.
have any trouble defending ourselves if
okay.
necessary.
Alright. 3 out of 3 for that one. Now the real question is the counter going to work?
Your third sample scan, sir. Nice work out there.
Give it a second and see, but it does not look like it.
There are still 2 unknown species left to scan on this body, Skipper.
Alright, well I guess I'll just go and disable that in the other one for now, and I'll fix it again next time. Ah, there we go. And then let's see here. Have you actually done any exobiology, or are you mostly just mining this game?
I think a little bit.
Put up my chat, that way I can actually see it. There we go. So when you said you got everything hooked up, are you streaming to YouTube too, or just Twitch?
I think YouTube also. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, really? I didn't know you had a YouTube channel.
I mean, I don't really do anything with it.
Fair enough. The only thing that I kind of wish that they offered with the whole like shared streaming experience, it'd be kind of cool if you could like watch both at the same time, but like toggle one is the bigger screen, and I don't think you can actually do that.
Right. Do like a picture-in-a-picture.
Yeah, kind of like that, because I mean, I know I can add you as like a custom browser source, and then theoretically, you know, it would show what you're doing on my screen, but that's not necessarily like giving them the option of like having one bigger than the other one. And I think that would be more for like Lethal Company for like face screens and stuff like that. I could be wrong, but I don't, the way it's worded, I don't think so.
Welcome back, boss.
Landing gear retracted.
Also was working on Elite Dangerous playlist and I did not get it finished.
On what?
Or YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Is that bacterium? So one thing that this game has way over No Man's Sky, I can land and take off as much as I want.
The boost fuel.
Yeah.
That's our this body. Commander, what's the plan?
So I was sitting there thinking about, I was like, ooh, should I land to see if this is actually what I think it is? And then I was like, well, I don't want to waste my fuel. And then I was like, wait, hold on, that's the other game.
Well, one cool thing, like you can scan, like if you get out of your seat, so you can like locate the parts and then just like fly over to them and shoot them. You don't even have to land on the ground.
Well, except for the ones that you have to scan.
Wait, what?
Hey, which game are you talking about? This one?
No Man's Sky.
Oh! Yeah, that
Parts.
one was kind of a nightmare. It led me to this really dark planet. It was supposed to be like a nice, simple, easy procedure, and it turned out to not be. That looks further than I thought. Let me grab my vehicle real quick.
Low gravity warning.
14% platinum. Ridiculous.
Are you going to be on later on this week?
Maybe.
I was going to say, if you want one of these days, I can fly out to the actual triple platinum spot that Jasper and them were talking about. I was finding a decent amount that time.
Might just try that sometime.
Yeah, it has a higher frequency of spawning in the triple platinum areas. Or, sorry, not the triple plat, the 66.67% platinum rocks.
Right.
Alright, maybe I was wrong. Oops. Also, we need to get you hooked up with the exploration ship, too.
Yeah.
If you ever get stranded somewhere, it'd be nice. That way you can actually, you know, like, call your ship and fly back.
Uh-huh.
Welcome back, Commander.
Landing gear retracted.
So I'm trying to decide the things that were on this planet. One was in like a very rare spot, which I landed in the rare spot, and then the other two were supposed to spawn everywhere else. And I'm trying to decide if I need to jump out and back in and actually go to an area where it actually shows that it's spawning,
System before it fails.
or if I should just like look around more and find another colony. So I haven't actually seen one yet, but theoretically the other stuff was like showing everywhere, so the odds of it not being here is slim, but I guess it's possible.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
My only thing with that Starfield mod, I don't know if my Shattered Lines DLC would transfer over if I did buy it on PC. So that's another thing. It's like, I don't know if I want to, but it does sound kind of cool and it looks pretty cool.
Was that? No, that's probably done after the DLC, wasn't it?
Maybe? Supposedly it's been in the works for a long time. Alright, yeah, let's come back and then see if we get a better area.
I wonder if that's in the like a whole like add-on pack or if it's done via the in-game add-on manager.
I don't know.
Because if it was the in-game, you'll probably be able to use it on a console.
They said it doesn't work on console since it needs an exe script.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if that works a little bit better. But apparently he is working on having a console build as well at some point.
Oh, that's cool.
Did the thing.
You broke it?
No. I just wanted to turn around quick enough just to make sure that it was spawning this area, but I gotta go further from the planet. Four, 3, 2, 1. No!
What happened?
It did it again. Alright, fine. The problem is you have to use your surface scanner to like filter through things, so I have to get far enough away, but not far enough that I have to like fly a whole huge distance to get back, and then turn around and then just change my filter, which is all I'm trying to do. Alright, there we go. Yeah, don't you do it. Yeah, that's right. Calm down. So everywhere. Oh, never mind. I start with the concha. Hey, you asked what I was looking for.
What'd you say to me?
C-O-N-C-H-A. Concha?
Oh, okay.
I have no... I guess that's the weird nut-looking plant things?
I mean, it makes perfect sense now.
Alright, blue blob. I just have to identify where it's at. Theoretically, bacterium should be in the same zone. My goal is to come back and make billions. Or be broke.
Wow.
Preferably billions.
I mean, that sounds good to me.
Which so far, I think I only have like 1 billion credits or so, so I don't have that like huge amount.
I think I just heard something on the comms. Could be static, but I'm going to check it out just in case.
I found something.
Is it a sandworm?
Could be.
Landing gear deployed.
It's a very... well, it does stand out, so we'll give it that. But it's a very dark, grim blob.
We have touched down. Commander, our third landing on this body.
Now we just have to identify where it actually was. We should be good.
Low gravity warning.
Alright, so the front of the ship should be pointed roughly at it. Oh. That was the bacterium. Well. I mean, I guess if both are going to be in the same area, we'll start with the grass first. Surely that's quicker to find.
Maybe.
Well, I'm right next to the grass, the only reason why I'm saying that.
Congratulations, Commander. This looks like the first time we have found a green tussock ventusa.
And apparently I've never found green grass before.
That's worth around 3.23 million credits.
That's quite the discovery.
Well, I mean, grass usually brings life, so maybe this is where the insects come from.
Commander.
Uh-huh.
That's our first sample collected
200 meters to the next area.
200 meters from here to find
It'll be in the history books.
continue the collection.
Sounds like it. There we go. That grass is being cooperative.
Nice.
Sample number 2.
Now move another 200 meters from here and look for the third and final sample needed.
$60. So this patch over here should work.
Now look for another sample.
Alright, so the gray bacterium did kind of stick out, so I might just be able to fly to it.
Nicely done, Mon Capitan. You're becoming quite the expert at gathering biological samples. There are still 100 species left to scan.
So what do you think, Vinny? Does seeing chat ruin the user experience?
I mean,
I don't know, that's one of the few things that I never quite understood from the Twitch's terms of service. If you share your multi-stream chat on screen, it takes away from the user experience, so people have a worse experience because they can actually see what's going on.
maybe. I don't know.
Kind of weird, because I feel like it'd be easier to, like, stay with the conversation. But I wonder if it's just the people who leave the chat on instead of having it, like, you know, disappear after a while. I don't know. way too bumpy. Maybe over in this area? Guess I'll just drive back to my ship and do the other approach. It did stand out pretty well.
Oh, the bacterium?
Yeah. I usually skip it, but last time I had a bunch of people that were sort of like teaching me tricks in order to find it. So I suppose we should probably actually follow those tips and hopefully make money.
Somewhere along the line, there will be profit.
Yeah, yes. There's a pile over that way. The one I saw on my ship. Yeah, there probably is. A little bit further away. Worth one whole million.
This looks like the first time we have found a green bacterium orisus. Another entry.
Also,
That's worth around 1 million credits.
well, I'm not sure if you knew this or not, but if you end up going to a place where it's a first discovery that has bacterium, or not just bacterium, but any exobio life, you get a 4 times multiplier on it. So it's actually a lot more profitable if you're the first ones to find it.
First sample collected.
Oh, nice.
Now move at least 500 meters from here to find a different colony to continue the collection.
Alright, well, if it says 500 away, we'll try it once on ground, because, I mean, it is relatively easy to spot on this world. Alright, so we've traveled over 500. How much storage you got in that thing?
12.
Are you going to be moving up to the Type 11?
Maybe.
Well, that escalated. There we go. I was using my booster and there was a big, giant crater, and I ended up boosting inside of it. Alright, let's go back to the ship and just find it the easy way.
Of what it looks like yet?
Do I know?
Have they released images of what it looks like yet?
Oh, the Type 11? Yeah. Yeah, it's all over. Actually, if you go to the Elite Dangerous section in the Discord, it should be under patch notes, I think. From my Discord. Same with Star Citizen. I have all their like early access information automatically posted to us.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll probably get that.
Apparently it does come with a few slots that are automatically dedicated towards mining, and a few that are going to be dedicated towards fighter bay. But I think it's supposed to come with like a new class of limpets or something too. So it's not just that, but something else also.
Like a new multi-limpet controller or something?
I think so.
It's so quiet way out here.
Until it isn't, when everything kicks off.
We're at a suitable distance to take the next sample.
Wow, that was much easier.
Landing gear retracted. Landing gear deployed.
We have touched down. Commander, our fourth
So I caved in, pulled my ship out, and just like flew. And it was like 2 seconds to find the next colony spot. So maybe that is the more efficient route. Though objects definitely appear way closer than they do once you exit.
Right. Alright, this ship is really slow.
second sample.
Yeah, I mean, it is your ship. How much money do you have? You said you have like $1 billion, right?
Like 700 million.
So it's a very large portion of your money. Once this Type 11 comes out, another ship you'll have access to is going to be the Clipper Mark II. That should come out roughly around the same time in-game.
The ship's communication
I will say, though,
as expected, but I've detected something
yes, it's the one that looks like a frog. But on top of that, it's a
Distance to take the next sample.
it's a little bit of an expensive frog. I think it's 249 million.
Okay.
That's our fifth landing on this body. Mon Captain.
For all the people who said just to fly to go to the next bacterium spot, you were most definitely right. Alright, will we fully finish this body? So I don't know exactly how I've done it, Vinny, but some reason, every single planet, or every system that I've found so far in this area, has been randomly generating, like, upwards of 20 plus planets at a time.
Really?
Yeah, so it's been taking me a very long time to, like, fully, like, get all the footfalls. That's why this time I'm like, alright, well, last time I got, like, 80 footfalls. This time maybe we'll just focus on, like, the valuable stuff and scanning planets for, you know, the community goal.
Is that like a first-time discovery planet?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm super far out in the middle of nowhere. Actually, I can show you exactly how far I am from you. So I am 5,209.82 light years away.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, a small distance.
And you're in what, the Mandalay?
Yeah. My new futuristic alien technology HUD.
Uh-huh.
I was going to make my own, but that dude's skin looked kind of cool, so I was like, I might just stick with this one.
Yeah, I like the blue and gold.
"40 signals detected." Wait, what? There's one. Nothing. You had a brother? Well, you did. Alright, so we got 6 more to go. How long does it take you to fill that thing?
I'm at 150 out of 512.
This is not too long then.
Nah.
2 geological signals detected on body Act 3A. 2 geological signals detected on body Act 3B.
System scan.
There we go. Fully finished the system. Out of 37 bodies, 1. Only 1 had bioscience.
I mean, I guess that's better than none.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you're right. Do you have the extended radius for your surface scanners?
I do not know.
So if you at least scan one planet before, I think it's 2 weeks now, or sorry, 1 week left. The event's been running for 2 weeks. But as long as you scan like one planet, you should get credit for it. And you also, ooh, that's another thing we could do. Next time if you're wanting to do some combat or data currying, you can go unlock your pre-engineered mining lasers.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those.
The only thing I'm not sure of is if first footfalls actually gives you money or not. Don't know if it does. It might. Oh, that's the place we came from. Hold on. Then we'll scan the ring too, and we'll move on. Is one... Alright, so that one's suitable for landing. What about you? Yes, you are. So there was a big community event going on to where you had to like track down this scientist lady. And then they just randomly like turn it into exploration data. So I'm not entirely sure like how they're actually connected together. But it was a slightly broken event at the time, so all you had to do was like scan the very beginning, and it gave you credit for doing the whole puzzle. Yeah. Unless it was intended, since they had a very weird requirement for the final stage. It was a ship that only stayed in a system for 4 hours at a time, and it took 8 hours between them, so if you weren't on, you had a long wait.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Surface scan complete.
Orbital flight engaged.
Approaching body ABCD1C. This one's a rocky body. Gravity is 0.09 G. Surface temperature is minus 141 degrees Celsius.
You know, if the thing were ever from a planet, I feel like it would be this planet. Yes, this the planet that I just discovered does not have a single flat spot in this entire thing. The entire thing is just bumps and surfaces and crevices and cracks. It looks like the thing's skin. Good news is, though, we've got plenty of landing spots. Yeah, it's kind of like trippy weird. For October, I was thinking about checking out Prey from 2017 and then Chronos New Dawn, since they both sort of fit the sci-fi theme area.
I don't know if I played those.
The one just came out. The Chronos one. Prey, that one came out in 2017 though, so that one's been out for a while. Nice. Then our goal is, if we end up going to a system that's already been discovered, we're just going to grab the biological data there if it has any, and if not, then we'll move on to the next one. But good news is we didn't have to wait a whole hour to get out to the middle of nowhere this time.
True, the communication array is down. We're currently working on a fix, but it may take some time.
Alright, so 1C, let's go to 1D, is that landable? Yes. Oh yeah, and by the way, if you're curious, if you go about 5,000 or 6,000 LS away in your ship, you'll take about, I think it's like the lower 70s or upper 60s for your module health. Yeah, so next time I do this, on the way back, probably going to have to get lucky and end up at a fleet carrier, which I know there's one inside the Heart and Soul Nebula. Or the Heart Nebula, sorry. Which isn't too far away. I think Inara should have some stations popped up too. Have you found any planets in this game yet?
I don't think I have that haven't been discovered.
Had to go pretty far away.
Yeah.
Surface scanned by 15%. Surface scan.
I found a planet with ice.
Flight engaged.
Still has no life forms on it, but it has ice.
Procedures for body ABCD1D. It is a rocky ice body with gravity of 0.06 G and a surface temperature of minus 159 degrees Celsius.
I mean, where there's ice, there's fuel.
Apparently not, because there's no other life forms on this planet.
Huh.
Unless it was just painted white, but I assume this is supposed to be like actual ice. Or salt flat. Maybe it could be really salty.
A dried up ocean.
Maybe. Smooth, easy landing.
That's our first landing on this body, Skipper. What's the plan?
So I think the community goal said something about first footfalls gets a bonus too. So that's the main reason why I'm just trying to step on every planet.
Right.
There's a thing. There we go. How much data do you think that actually stores? Does it scale based on like going in and out?
What's that?
The amount of data that you have on your like game file for like saving the footfalls, or do you think it's saved on their system? We were trying to figure it out last night. One guy was like, I don't want to get too many footfalls because it would make the file size super big. I think it's saved to the cloud though, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
As we travel deeper into the
I would
galaxy,
think it would
we may
be.
encounter pulsars.
Otherwise, you'd be able to manipulate the save file and
these pulsars can be observed
maybe,
from
I don't
great
know.
distances and are a fascinating subject for study.
Well, not just that, but I don't know how it would have your data of like if you had the first footfall on that planet before I did.
right. Yeah, it's got it right up to the cloud. Coming back.
Okay. So for anyone just new joining us, we are in the Hype Herald area, which is kind of close over to the Sol Nebula. I keep finding systems that haven't been discovered yet, so our goal has been basically to locate anything that's never been mapped before, land there. If it has biological forms, we're going to be using Observatory and making it a little bit easier to find the exact things we need. Next time I'll have like a dedicated setup for exploration on a display capture. I didn't realize that it wouldn't grab it in the game capture, so that was my bad for this time around. Now we can actually keep track of everything while we're moving. I wonder if I can grab the INI whenever it pops up and then just have that as like a little pop-up display whenever it actually shows. That'd be kind of cool too. Also, I was saying this a little bit, but my plan is going to be eventually to set up a Discord bot to track all of your data in-game too. That way if anyone's wanting to have like a commander log for their play session, they can just click on that. Pull up, pull up, pull up. Oh, that was too fast. Oh.
Unable to retrieve body information with a high-field FRLC 24-26 Apt 1E.
Actually, I didn't. I thought I was. I have no clue how I managed to shoot that and pull up in time, but I did. Need to go through and set up voice attack for night vision, all that stuff. Oh yeah, and another way of mining that some people were talking about, I don't know if it would be a very safe way, especially with your ship though. But some people have also pointed out that you get a bonus in high-res resource sites. But you have to be like 15 to 20k and theoretically people won't target you. Although if a pirate does come and scans you, technically you are in a more populated pirate zone.
Yep.
Environment unsuitable, just land. I have no clue how people used to explore in the the Anaconda.
Commander,
That thing would be a pain in the butt to try to land on planets.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless maybe the landing gear makes it so it can, like, even out better compared to other smaller ships that are just like, no, can't do it.
Maybe. I haven't flown that very much.
What, you own one? Or the Mandalay?
No, the Anaconda.
Yeah, I don't think I ever actually bought one.
Really?
Yeah. That was one of the few that I've actually skipped.
Pump is experiencing a slight decrease in efficiency. It's nothing serious yet, but it may require maintenance in the near future.
I guess I could always make a bookmark and come back to this place later on, but... By the way, you know how things are, like, randomly generated? I most definitely have the world's most randomly generated names. Yeah, the naming system this day just decided to take a break. So my planet's called ABCT-1A.
Oh wow, that's quite the name.
Yeah, it is. It's very unique. And then later on, they just skip all the ABCs and just, this is D, and this one's E. It's got a lot of suns, though, so I will give it that. Yeah, let's at least scan the gas giant.
Commander, I just found a recipe for space pancakes. I think I'll try it out for breakfast tomorrow.
Then people brought up a good point last time we were playing this. Would you trust making like a breakfast sandwich from mushrooms that you found in some distant world out in the middle of nowhere?
No.
No!
It'd be terrible.
But they could turn you into Superman.
That's how you get weird alien diseases.
Exactly, you could be Superman. He was an alien.
No. No.
Yeah. Or Spider-Man, maybe an alien spider's what bit him. They had it wrong well this time. 5,000. Alright, so let's see. Oh yeah, and at some point, I guess we'll have to play it by day and see. But eventually we need to take you out to a Guardian site so you can get some of that technology. I can jump the fleet carrier over there. You just have to be on one of those days.
I think we went to do that once.
Did you get credit for it?
I don't know.
Too fast. His ring seems perfect. It's going to have all the things we need.
Surface scan.
High-value core hotspots detected on high-field FRLC 24-26 APT 3A ring.
Alright, so that's not overlapping. found a double void opal spot.
Nice.
Make sure. That's one of the things I've never actually done so far. And if we were to take a fleet carrier out here, well, it's 500 to jump, so it'll take a little bit.
How do you mine those, with the beam? Or are those the blaster?
I think it's with the blaster. Alright, so 17. So that's 27, so I think it's all inside this one spot. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just a single one. It was super close to be a double, though. Oh well, nothing fancy here. On the off chance that I ever find something rare for minables, I always scan the rings.
Yeah.
%. And that's... We definitely need to get you these wider range probes, though. That's going to help a ton whenever you're scanning planets.
Surface scanned by 50%.
What do you have to do to get those?
Well, the cheap and easy way is you just have to do this event. The a little bit easier way also is the same place that you get the money lasers. You can also earn one, but you'll have to spend resources to unlock it. Alright, hold on. Trying to see if I can get lucky and just, like, nail the shots without having to fly all the way around. Alright, fine, we'll fly. Yeah, right now all you have to do is like scan one planet and you should be able to turn it in for the community event and get one for free.
Oh, that's cool.
Maybe too far. Which I highly recommend. It gives you 50% extra boost radius. So a lot of these like small planets, you can just shoot once and it automatically gets 100%.
Surface scan complete.
Alright, so we got that. What do you think? Is it worth it to scan every planet and step on them?
I mean, may as well.
Yeah, I suppose it is free money. Hey, Desdoom, how's it going today? We are out in the middle of nowhere, scanning planets. Then Vinny is out mining platinum.
I'm gonna be rich.
Same doing some Elite. Nice, what are you up to in Elite? I ended last stream off out in the middle of nowhere, so I figured this stream I'd just continue being out in the middle of nowhere. Although, obviously we'll have to come back at some point. Prep base. Are you about to colonize, or what do you mean? Oh, cool. Did you find a good system, or are you still looking to actually find one before you commit to it? It's like a good thing and a bad thing. If you get a system with a lot of planets, it gives you a lot more options, but it takes a long time to put all the buildings out. Gotcha. We ended up colonizing the place right next to Capricorn B.
Is it still there?
Yeah. What do you mean is it still there? Of course my fleet carrier is there. Or my system. Huh. So, that's something interesting. I never really noticed that. I guess even though it's a banned term on Twitch, I would have to also ban it on YouTube for it to automatically filter out the stream boot nonsense. Gotta build fast before I think it would be the purpose. Are you going to be going with one of those very large stations, or have you figured out like what your base station is going to be? I'm going the wrong way this whole time. All right, there we go. Oh, nice. So I know one of them is like 4 times the amount of resources. So if you're trying to build it by yourself, it's going to take a little bit. I got some help. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I was able to trick some of my friends into helping for a little bit too. They got burned out on it though. It's a good way to get your elite trading rep up super quick though.
I mean, it didn't take us that long to do it.
We never finished. Oh, well, I mean, I guess we got one thing done and we got a couple extra like side things done. But yeah, we never actually like fully like have my colony maxed out yet.
Right.
Should do the trick. Then at some point we'll have to see what this whole new squadron carry is about too, because I want to actually see the differences. You should think of the next phase in the story is going to be all out war, with players included. It's about against the Thargoids. Or what do you mean by all out war? What's your theory? Oh, really? Well, my surface scanner has made Sauron's eye. It was just being difficult. They could have gave it to us for that one.
Yeah.
Surface
Perfect.
complete.
Alright, so you're not landable, so we don't care about you. So, I mean, I know that they sort of have the option to separate players from having to do PvP, so I don't think it'll be like a full all-out war against players, but maybe like player factions or something. Which would be really cool if they did end up bringing that back. Or what they should do is they could have it so it's a randomly name-generated player faction. You had to like flip through the randomly name-generated thing and have like, you know, one of those like 20 option choices that we could like build your own name technically, but that way it's automatically approved so they don't have to like filter through it and have someone like spend the time. Got way too close. Don't you malfunction on me, just go.
Don't crash.
Nah, it's fine. I don't think you can actually build an AFMU synthesize, can you? Oh, you can. I suppose I'll refill it. Wait for it. There we go.
SRV repair completed. Skipper, let's try not to test the warranty.
100% repair speed. Yeah, maybe we'll go with the fancy one next time. So I've learned that the AFMU, or however you say it, doesn't actually need any limits at all. And you can just synthesize the ammo on your ship, assuming that you have the resources. Alright, so let's get kind of further away. Okay, so that's the back side of the view this way.
Surface scanned by 50%.
What, no complete? 70%. Oh. Do something like that. Could be, but I think the time would be power play factions against each other, therefore including player bases within their reach in the beginning, something like the factions run. Well, that'd be kind of cool. I mean, honestly, they could borrow the same combat system that Ubisoft used for like Far Cry, or not Far Cry, For Honor, and then actually add like a proper like tally, like, I don't know, Duval versus Jerome Marsher, and you can see like the exact amount the community's contributed to for that week or something. That'd be a little bit more unique and bring more attention to it. I made a smiley face. Yeah, the wider probes help a lot with the fully mapping out a planet too to get pristine rewards. There we go.
Complete.
How goes the mining over there, Vinny?
Slow but sure.
You use max amount of lasers, right?
No, I used two. Two mediums.
Oh, you only use 2?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Well, I mean, that's what I can sustain constantly.
You haven't engineered anything yet, have you?
I'm pretty sure I have.
In the future, huge war could be the only thing unsolved in Elite since the beginning of Raxxla. Therefore, another conflict possible: new aliens and wars. Do you think this new event's been leading to Raxxla, or what do you think it actually involves? I think it could be like a combination of both. I think it'd be really cool though if they introduce like a Guardian SRV. I know that the SRVs aren't exactly like the like fighters aren't the best, but they look really cool. So it'd be really cool to have like a ground one. Yeah, but if they solved it, they wouldn't have any other mystery. But it is unresolved. So I'm wondering if it's your power distributor or it's just because that ship you have is not the best for mining. Alright, so we did 3.
It could be the distributor.
Did you engineer that one?
Oh, I don't remember. It's been so long ago.
Alright, so we got a lot to catch you up on then. Engineering, Guardian Tech, the newer FSD boosts, which are huge. Well, they could build even more from that because of the new story, Aliens. So you're wanting them to continue with the whole Alien storyline? Kind of cool if they had like a Stranger Things crossover.
I do like the new Alien series.
Are you talking about Alien Romulus or whatever the newest one was, or are you talking about the one on Disney Plus?
The TV show. Yeah.
No,
You know what that means?
I haven't actually seen that one yet.
It's alright so far.
Is it fully out?
They're up to episode 6 so far.
But I mean, like, is that like the full season, or are they doing something stupid where it's like weekly release things?
I think they're doing it one episode at a time.
Oh, okay. I love it when series do that.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why viewership would be down instead of just releasing it all at once. That's just crazy.
Uh-huh.
Surface scanned by 50%.
There was an article about they were disappointed that Wednesday had like less viewership this time around compared to last time, but last time it was the full season and this time it was like a bunch of split apart episodes. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily fault the player base necessarily on the content they made, but it could be because people are just waiting for it to be complete before they watch it.
Right.
Surface scan complete.
Aha! Although another thing that's really cool about Elite Dangerous and weird at the same time is I think this is one of the few games that's lived on this long without having any mods. They had like color stuff and, you know, plugins to help, but there's no like completely altering mods for this game. That's pretty impressive that it survived this long just based on what they've done.
Right.
I feel like mods really helped keep Ark, Conan, and a lot of those kind of games alive for a long time. Oh, speaking of mods, did you see that Dune now has it so you can drive a tire?
What?
You didn't see the picture of the new vehicles?
No. I'll have to look at it.
It looks very unique. Here, hold on, I got you.
Oh no.
No? You wouldn't want to pay for that?
No, good.
But it looks unique.
I mean, it looks like a Star Wars droid.
It looks like someone didn't know what to do, so they slapped 2 tires on it and called it good. I don't know if it like fits into the Dune lore. Like I'm not huge into Dune, so maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
But it looked very unique. I think I'm gonna bite the bullet and just buy a new wire for my headset. I'm gonna use my A50s, but they die eventually, and then I have to like plug it into my keyboard and everything else.
Scan complete.
Yeah.
And so I end up with less less space to move that I had with the wired thing. So I think I might just go the wired route again. Alright, so of the 33 bodies, this one's not too bad because it's mostly non-landables. So I can just like scan it and then move on. But while we're doing this, hopefully next time I'll have my exploration stuff fully set up.
What are you missing?
My code's not reading correctly, and I tried to alter it to like estimate the credits, but it still wasn't reading the right file path, so I must have to alter it somewhere. I got it for the combat, so it can like read the game journal, and then it can like separate between combat vouchers, bounties earned, and missions turned in. And then for mining, I have it set up so it can estimate the amount of credits. You have to plug it in manually though, but I feel like that's better than having it like try to search for it the whole time. So the mining, that's done, and then and it can also get the system data too. So every 5 seconds it refreshes, and if it finds a new system, then it'll update on the top of my screen.
Well, that's cool.
Surface scan
Yeah.
50%.
Didn't do it HTML though, which might end up looking cleaner, so I might still alter it, but we'll see. This way it just has white text on my screen, but at least people can keep a track on where we actually are.
Right, right.
%89. That one itty bitty little sliver there apparently is what we're missing.
Surface scan complete.
Alright, so that's body 6, so we got body 7. What are you using the cargo hull? Doom? Do you have your Clipper Mark II, or are you going old school with like a cutter or something? Figured I'd ask since I know not everyone has access to the Clipper yet. For Raxla, all I am certain is that it is close by the bubble. Really, you think so? The new community event sort of hinted that they would like have a big discovery in a locked system. So they could say it's somewhere like close to where the science vessel was. Which, I mean, I guess that wasn't too far from the bubble though. It was what, 300 light years or so? Too fast. Well, good news is if I run out of fuel, I can always just get you to come all the way out here and fuel me up.
Right. I'll be there like 700 jumps.
Yeah, see, it'll be perfect. You'll get your jump experience and a journey to tell.
Uh-huh.
Surface scanned by 50%.
I'm joking, but I do need to actually fly towards one of my 30 suns in the system and refuel. Down to 25%.
Yeah.
Making money though. We knocked out the far planets first.
Surface scan complete.
Are you? Oh. Man, the sun next to me actually is a scoopable one. So I've been watching a lot more Elite Dangerous streamers lately, just chatting their streams and stuff. I noticed that I am the only one who flies without orbital light.
Right.
Now, I don't know, I just think it looks ugly having the big circles everywhere. But as someone who likes orbital lines, if you do end up going with EDHM, just so you know, one of the mods, they do have it so you can make the lines even bigger. I don't know if you would want that or not, but that is a extra plugin that you can get.
I mean, that's cool.
Alright, so let's fuel up.
I tried that one time and it like almost crashed into a sun.
Oh, without the orbital lines?
Yeah. It's bad.
Well, the thing is, you have to know your ship. So once you use your fuel scoop, you can like get an estimate on when it's going to pull you out based on the amount of fuel that you're scooping. So I know if mine gets to about 343, because I have a lower fuel scoop currently on this deal, then it's going to be pretty close to bringing me in. So as long as I stop before 343, then it'll be fine. But apparently even like doing the white dwarf jumps and stuff like that, it makes it much harder.
Fuel scooping complete.
And I think... Well, that's cool. I can see all those. Okay, so that must be a mapped one that I couldn't land on. Plus, I'd like being able to see my name everywhere. Yeah, because when the dev said that someone honked the system where Raxla was, it was like 2015, beginning of 2016. We, the players, only had uncovered 0.2% of the bubble back then, and since some player did not bother to prone it, Raxla is in a discovered system already, so it's hard to find now. Do you think they were just trolling, or do you think someone actually found it in 2016? Alright, so let's get about 6,000, let off the throttle. So, I mean, that does kind of make me wonder, like, if they had intentionally planned to, like, say that just so it would, like, bring some hype to it, but not actually be, like, a real thing. Or if it actually was there the whole time. And if it was there, I'm really curious if the community is going to yell at the dude for not scanning it, because, you know, his name's going to be listed all over the system. So, technically, like, whenever someone does manage to find it, that guy's name's going to be plastered everywhere. This is the commander who made us go on this years-long journey. That'd be a little embarrassing. Maybe it was Vinny. Vinny did it.
I did not. I haven't discovered anything.
But then I guess that also begs the question, when they said it was found, were they talking about the Odyssey build or the Horizon build? Because it could be a place that was never actually found in Odyssey, but it wasn't Horizon.
Orbital flight engaged.
Don't shoot orbital flight me, I'm just trying to slow down.
Unable to retrieve body information for Highfield FRLC 24-26D4A. Unable to display planetary data.
Geologicals.
Scan complete.
3 geological signals detected on body D4A.
It's kind of crazy that geologicals are literally nothing where biological data is like so much more valuable. I guess it's because, you know, life form versus just a rock. I don't know that far, but it was the release of 2015 for sure. So you might know more of the myth, because I don't like necessarily know all the details. What exactly is Raxla supposed to be? I listened to some of the audio files, but I don't like... I guess I don't quite understand like the big reveal of it.
That's our first landing on this body, Commander. What's the
Give you some extra credit. And I think we're like 1,000 light years away still. But the Heart and Soul Nebula should be somewhere around here. Over that way. This system has a lot of stars in it. So I think the Type 11 is supposed to be a medium ship. Maybe it's a large. I'm kind of curious to see if it'll have more storage than your ship.
In this region of space, we may come across a planetary nebula.
Surely it'll have better handling though. Your thing is like the worst handling ship possible.
You're always knocking on my ship.
It's not knocking on your ship, it's knocking on that ship. That thing traumatized me after blowing up in it.
That's what you get.
Yeah, I know. Hey, that's why that ship goes into the, yep, that's the ship my friends taught me how to play the game in. It sits there, looks nice and pretty, occasionally gets moved out the way.
I don't know, I don't mind the Type 9 and Type 10.
I don't even know if I bought the Type 10. I'm going to assume probably not. I probably got annoyed at the Type 9 and called it good.
Right.
I got the Type 8 though. Type 8 was really good. I was saying it beforehand, which you were around for like some of the Thargoid stuff. It'd be cool if they introduce like, you know, a lot of systems have like anarchy. It'd be really cool if they introduce like, let's say this faction's going insane, they're like burning the place down, and they want like other commanders to like go to the area and try to like rescue people because people are acting crazy. And then that could introduce the same like rescue missions that we had during that phase against Thargoids. So I thought that was really cool, you know, having to like run away and be like scared of being interdicted and then like finding out how to survive. And let's say your cargo hatch is broken and you have to leave people behind and you get negative rep for it.
Surface scan complete.
Could be anything, but according to the lore, it's a journey. It could be like some type of travel lane somewhere. Oh, that's kind of cool. Is this landable? Hold on. Yes, it is. By the way, Vinny, thanks for joining me tonight. I appreciate it.
Huh?
We're approaching body D4. Planet is of type high metal content body. Surface temperature is 424 degrees Celsius.
You know, after we filled up my fleet carrier, I did like... I did stream for a couple hours, and then there was a community event, so I ended up just like swapping to something else. But I think I got it like halfway unloaded from the time that we filled it up.
Really?
It takes a long time to move 20,000.
Yeah.
Even when my ship moves 1,300 at a time, it just was taking a long time.
1,300? What ship
Yep.
is that?
Clipper Mark II. Since you didn't do the community event for the cargo, I think yours would be capped at 1204, but that's still quite a bit more than what you have access to.
That's our first landing on this body.
And it's really good for mining. That's the one that I went to the Triple Platinum hotspot with.
Now, is that with shields and everything, or are you flying bare bone?
I think for that case I had like a small shield, so I think it drops down to like 1190 or something.
Dangerously high temperature detected.
Yeah, you should at least clear the 1,000 mark. How about that?
Okay.
Since you like to use shields for some reason.
I mean, I like my spaceships to have shields. I don't know. Call me picky.
Well, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, my Mandalay has a shield. definitely because I, you crash into a planet once or twice and I learned putting a shield on saves you from it. But other than that, this is one of my few ships that has a shield. Yeah, my combat ships. Just most other time, you can have much better slot just by going without the shield.
Right. Sudden and intense burst of radiation that can disrupt our electronics.
Have you ever done the pedals for a flying game?
I don't think so.
I was wondering how that would be. I know Sable bought one. What about you, Des Doom, or anyone else watching? Does anyone ever actually use one of those like flight pedals? Not the flight sticks, not the HOTUS, but like the... I guess they're just literally like a gas pedal or something you step on? I don't know. I haven't actually heard of anyone using it. But I know they exist.
Yeah, it's a one way or the other. Like if you step on one, the other one lifts up. Normally in flight sims, they use it to control your tail rudder. So it like steers you left and right, and it'll do like your ground landing gear to change direction on the ground.
Surface scanned by 50%.
So mostly good for like flight sim then?
Right. Yeah, something with aerodynamics.
That'd be kind of cool if you could set it up to like deploy your flares or something.
Right.
We're approaching body D3. Planet is at
I mean, I like having it on the joysticks, but I don't know. I don't know about pedals.
71 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering what the actual... where they could come into play at. Deploy landing gear. You're running two size 2 lasers right now, or two size 1?
I think it's 2s.
Now, if you're interested, you would need to engineer it some, but the Python can handle 5 size 2 lasers.
We have touched down, Commander. Our first landing on this body.
And then we usually run quite a bit of collectors on it though, because I was using the same build that Jasper gave me a long time ago, but it gets about 200 storage and you can fill up much quicker. It's just you'll be jumping back and forth a little bit more.
I was about to get crushed between 2 asteroids.
I think my game crashed.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. No, I'm good. That was just the world's longest footsteps to exit the ship. Now, I'm sure it would probably be a little bit excessive and it would take a little bit coding. But what would be really cool is if you were the first one to do like a footfall, wouldn't it be unique if you could actually put down like an actual flag of like where the actual first footfall was?
That'd be cool.
Yeah, like you could even have like your commander's face on there or something. That way, if someone actually did manage to land in the one spot in the planet, or they could even have like a tag on the planet itself, the first actual footfall location. And then you could have it like as a scenic route if it was like a, a really popular planet or so, and people could take pictures next to the flag. I think that would be kind of cool. Sort of like our flag on the moon.
Here, China's getting ready to make a new one.
They are. They're trying to make one that won't dull.
Yeah, it's made out of rock.
So I guess that just leaves the question, has China been going to the moon a bunch? Or why are they under the impression that our flag is dulled?
I don't know.
'Cause I don't think we have, like, even the Hubble Space Telescope, I don't think it can zoom in enough on the moon to, like, see our flag. I could be wrong, but I mean, maybe from the International Space Station, since that is a lot closer, but I mean, that thing moves pretty quickly. Hello, Jack Sparrow. How are you doing? Wait a minute. Have I mapped you already?
See, you're exploring in
Yes.
circles.
Well, it's a 33 body system. Alright, that one's done too. Alright, so you're also done. Zero %. There we go. So I'm sure it's not the intended feature, but if you pull out your detailed surface scanner while you're locked onto a planet, a really easy way to see if you've been there or not is you can actually just look at the percentage sign. So if it shows 0%, then you know you haven't gone to that world. So that way you don't have to like fly around a bunch. You just keep clicking the button and scanning and seeing like which one has the data. I'm sure they probably don't intend for you to do that, but if you get lost, it makes it much quicker.
Right.
Did you ever decide if you're going to get Elite Dangerous Elite? Hey, your name's literally half the game.
Surface scanned by 50%.
3 geological signals detected on body D1.
Just geologicals.
Orbital flight engaged.
We're approaching body D1. Planet is of type high metal content body. Surface temperature is 657 degrees Celsius. Gravity at the surface is 0.17 G.
Alright, Vinny, would you like to live in this world? It has a nice crisp temperature of 657 degrees Celsius.
I think I'm good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
I hear it's cool this time of year.
No, I'm good.
Might have been going slightly too fast.
We have touched down, Commander. Our first landing on this body.
There we go. Yeah, that footstep was much quicker. Look at that, I even have like a little pedestal here.
High temperature detected. Warning. Suit thermal limit exceeded.
Oh.
Shield activated.
So you want to know something kind of cool? I'm going to get my ship, but this is the first place I ever landed in where it's actually hot enough to instantly lower your health.
I mean, teach you.
I mean, it's like slightly crisp. But that's really cool. I never actually got to a place that's instantly like that.
Microwave background radiation is
Hey, Cray, and hello, gameplay. How's it going tonight? Or this morning, depending on where you're from. I found me a very nice, lovely world, Cray. You can move in. It's only 500, or no. What? It was either 500 or 672 Celsius. I can't remember which. Either way, it's a little warm. Well, the first part's not good, but, you know, the second part's good. I mean, I like it warm anyway, so I'm sure I'd find that world comfortable. It maybe make a few, like, clay huts or something out of the sand there. Surely that has some, like, good heat dissipating features or something in there.
I don't know how you do it.
What do you mean?
Stay in temperature that warm.
Are you talking about...
I need a constant like 65.
Cray says, I like cold, snow, and ice, so now I will pass.
Same here.
Well, you see, snow doesn't exist where I'm from. It's like one of those mythical unicorn things. If you get a little bit of snow here, it turns into apocalypse. Banks will close, rioting will happen, grocery stores will shut down, barricade themselves.
I have family that live in Texas, and every time they get like a half inch of snow, like the entire county shuts down.
Oh, we had it one year when I was in high school where it was like an 1/8 inch of snow, like to the point that you needed to go through like several yards to build a snowman, and they like shut down everything.
Unable to retrieve body information for Highfield FRLC 24-26D2. Unable to display planetary data.
But you see, that's why people always end up retiring here, because eventually you get tired of the cold. No one goes to the north to retire. Everyone always goes to Florida. Because they love the gators. You own a snow machine, Vinny. You know, like one of those like automatic blowing things to get it off your driveway? Where do you go?
No.
Yeah, and so you just go out there with a shovel?
No. I drive.
Oh, well, what happens when your vehicle's covered?
I have a garage.
No. What happens if your garage is blocked?
I ram it.
Do you actually ram it? Like, that's a thing?
Uh-huh. I mean, I have an empty parking lot, like, right across the street from my house, so, like, if it gets too high, like, I can just floor it and not have to worry about hitting a ditch.
Well, I guess that's always good.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I ever scanned a geological, so I guess I may as well while we're here.
Commander.
So you said you keep it at 65?
Most of the time, yeah.
Your poor computer.
Warning. Extremely high temperature detected.
What? What's wrong with it?
He's never going to be able to warm up.
The colder, the better.
Yeah, but I mean, surely that computer's got to be depressed.
Not to get like 75 in here if I didn't. Like the computers heat things up.
You know, this world also appears to be hot, but it's not taking my health down instantly.
Thermal limit exceeded.
Alright, fine. I won't stay next to the lava pit. I'm still thinking about getting the game, and what do you think about Borderlands 4? Are you going to be buying it on your console? Huh. I guess you can't actually sample these. I completely forgot that this thing had a pulse mode when you're looking for biological stuff. That would have made things easier earlier. No, on my of course. Well, just so you know, currently Borderlands 4 sits at mixed reviews because it has very poor PC performance. I'm not entirely sure what the specs of the people are that are using Borderlands 4. Like, maybe it's just people on older hardware that are having issues and complaining about it. Or if it's just, like, all wrapped up together. But it has lower reviews because of bad PC performance, which is a very common thing in games. Sometimes you'll get a bad PC port, and the game's just always going to run better on consoles. Even though your PC is stronger than a console, it's just developed for console, and they just basically like copy and paste it over to PC and call it good.
Would be like to live on a space station.
Yeah, most of the retired people go... No, they don't. They become more disenfranchised and displeased with both political parties, but especially something or another that got cut. I don't know. That won't ever affect me because I hate all politics. Just a whole bunch of nonsense just to try to get people to waste money. 3, 2, 1.
Those options are pretty terrible.
Do what now?
Both options are pretty terrible.
What, is there a new presidential campaign or something already?
No.
Oh. Yeah, like I said, I'm not political. Alright, so we got that world. Aha! Well, we are done with this side. And we have this huge line of things, and then these two gas giants, then this system will be fully mapped and first-footfall. And I'm still very curious, how many worlds in this system, or how many worlds in this game are going to be called A, B, C, D? That seems like the most random things possible.
I think you're hacking.
Well, the funny thing is, I'm really curious if I'm going to be able to find like the next continuation of letters next time. Because that would be perfect. I can call this one the ABCD world, and then the next one I can call it EFG. How did you get auto-modded again? Well, that's okay. You didn't get auto-modded in Vinny's chat, I don't think. Unless you did.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, it did. Or no, it never hit my chat, because it never technically made it to yours.
Very weird. I'm still really surprised that of all the games out there in the world, why don't they just put Skull and Bones on Game Pass? It makes no sense.
Wait, what?
I don't know, Cray. I don't actually see it. I don't know if that's because I'm in a shared chat, but I don't see any messages that were blocked. I said Skull and Bones. I still don't see why that one's not on Game Pass yet.
That's Ubisoft, isn't it?
Yes.
No comment.
By 50%. Surface scan complete.
They make good games. Yeah, it just depends on the franchise.
Orbital flight engaged.
I think For Honor, if they made like another one and made it more based on like your prestige system and less based on your... For Honor is just such a complicated game that they have to figure out a way to separate your gear score from your KD and then also filter by KD at the same time. And then I think that game would be really good and very competitive. But I think that's probably one of the best, like, Viking physical combat things. South Park depiction of the presidential election is so true. I have not watched South Park in a very long time. Ah, well that explains it. Amazon probably doesn't like the terms from that.
That's our first landing on this body. Boss, what's the plan?
The plan's to become a billionaire. What about you, Cray? How much more millions do you need to save up to earn your huge squad carrier? I'm going to do all this, and I'm going to forget to fly back during this event, and it's not going to count. Well, I guess I could make it a video. How much money did we make on the 2 live streams we did of fighting planets?
Hell, the inertial dampening system is functioning properly, but I suggest we increase the dampening level during our next maneuver to ensure crew comfort.
So I flew out here last time in the middle of my stream, Vinny, and it took me an hour and 20 minutes to get out here.
Oof.
And that's with the neutron highway. So if you're not comfortable with like using the neutron plotter and like going like full on with it, it could take quite a while longer. Well, apparently that went through.
Yep.
And we scanned the ring earlier because I was curious about the mining aspects. So, you know how you were saying your Tobii eye tracker had to be like plugged into the motherboard?
Uh-huh.
I think I managed to make it so I have the max capacity on my USB hub.
Wow.
When I plugged my microphone in, I noticed that my pass-through USB charger on my keyboard no longer works, and then I can't like plug like my mouse into the hub anymore either to charge it.
Yeah.
But everything else seems to be powered on and working.
Scanned by 50%.
Approaching body ABCD3EE.
It probably just depends on like how much voltage is drawing.
0.04 G
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
is minus 196 degrees Celsius.
Living that 1800s Diz rapper. By the way, just in case for all the commanders that are watching on YouTube, just so you guys are aware, we do have Twitch shops currently going on. If anyone hasn't grabbed the 4 community skins, I think it's for an Asp Explorer and a couple other unique ships. Nice, soft, easy-ish landing.
We have touched down, Commander. Our first landing on this body.
Yeah, so everything was going fine. And then last stream, I jumped to a system because I ran out of fuel. And then another commander had gone there before me. But he must have had the exact same route plotter and same jump range that I did. Because he also went to that same system for fuel. But the thing is, he never like scanned the system. So everything was like completely undiscovered except for the sun and the one planet next to the sun. So instead of making it to my destination, I made it to this Hype Herald area. Then from here, I keep finding undiscovered systems.
The life support systems are all green.
So the Polo is out in the
You need to check
P2
the
tonight.
scrubbers and replace any filters that are dirty.
Is Polo the medical ship?
Yep.
I am kind of curious if Star Citizen is going to be able to build up the same community that Elite Dangerous does. Elite has the fuel rats, but Star Citizen doesn't really have like any like huge renowned like medic ships or like medic capabilities.
I mean, they did until they killed the medical system.
Was it as big as the fuel rats though? Like, was there an actual?
Oh yeah, you have several like search and rescue orgs.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was that group of people that attacked Sniper for trying to make money. I remember now.
Yeah, they have like med runners and like Nova Galactic's another one, Intergalactic.
Yeah, I don't think attacking new players is going to get them the same friendly reputation that Fuel Rats has. Or is renowned. They could just be put onto that, you know, the Spectrum forums. Speaking of that, have you been banned from Spectrum in a while?
No, I've not been on it.
Well, they kind of imploded lately because they have some bad apples in their higher ranks. Well, that's their leader's fault. You should be making sure people are following suit and following the rules. And if they're not, get rid of them.
Oh, they're kind of toxic to begin with.
Surface scanned by 50.
That's what I mean. It's the leader's job to make sure that his community is staying good. If it's not, then they just need to make sure to clear it out. Because like 1 or 2 bad experiences can really ruin a reputation for someone. Like, for example, in Sniper's case, like, that was our first experience with them because we never actually needed to be medical evac since we always played in groups, so we healed each other. But our only experience is just that they were camping out the spawn beacon because they didn't want you to be doing illegal activities.
Right. And they try to tell you what you can and can't do in the game.
Yeah, like, not exactly the best experience with them. Then the fuel rats, my first experience is they actually told me how to actually fuel up my ship because I didn't know, and Sniper explained some KGB film thing and it was more of a smile and nod and less of a I have any clue what he's talking about thing. I've only ever had to call them one time so far.
Touchdown, Commander. Our first landing on this body.
Like medical rescues, but I'm not an org person, so I will operate solo. If they interfere, they will be treated as hostile to my objective.
Shield activated.
You know, that is 2 things that they don't have in the game yet. That actually 4 things that they could do in the game that would be pretty unique. They could have like a Fuel Rats logo that you could slap on your ship. Then they could have like a total minerals mine for the mining people. They could have like a first-footfall / discovery decal. And then they could have like a how many people you killed counter. Sort of like how they did with the Titans, so you could like see emblem-wise. Did you malfunction? Surely that thing's at plenty of health. Three, two, one. Which I've said it before. Clearly No Man's Sky got a huge praise for having a ship that people could walk around in and customize their own. Maybe Elite Dangerous can, you know, break the bubble of space games and be the first and only space game that actually patents the idea of tinting your windshield when looking at a star.
Right?
I think that would be a genius move if they figured out how to do that, because not only could they patent the idea, but then they could sit there and get credit in all of their space games that want to sit there and use that same idea. And considering the fact that I've not played a single space game that, for some reason, no one wants to make tinting windshields.
I don't know.
Oh, I already did that one. Alright, so we haven't done A. What about B? Haven't done B. It'll be the future of gaming.
What, Windows 10?
Yep. It'll be the next innovative thing in sci-fi technology.
I mean, that was the first thing I had to get put on my truck.
Or they could go like a more realistic, like future-proof idea, which I think would also fit the lore and be really cool. Maybe make it less about tinting the windshield, but having like a blast shield or like a, you know, like a blast door thing scenario where it really like shrinks down your visibility, but it has like metallic plates blocking your vision from the sun, so it's much, you know, much less bright. So that would also make sense since, you know, blast doors technically are designed to prevent damage theoretically in movies.
Gravity is 0.04 G. Surface temperature is minus 100.
But I feel like the tinting would be easier to make. Glide complete. We'll have to see where you're at with Guardian technology next week and see if we need to go out there or not. I know the pre-engineered laser, we won't really need to get too many crazy parts. It's just mostly normal materials that we have to find for you.
First landing on this body. Your orders, Commander.
Looked much brighter from inside the ship. There it goes. Oh, are my headlights tied to my character? Huh. Was that just because I'm tall enough that that mountain back there was blocking it? Very weird. One of these days we'll have to drag you out here with me, Vinny. Yeah, it'll be a little bit of a trek. It'll only take like an hour. Unless we're using a fleet carrier, then it'll take... it'll take a couple hours.
Commander, I've completed the diagnostics on the propulsion system. Everything is working perfectly.
Does it take that long?
So the fleet carrier takes about 15 minutes to jump 500. So let's say every half hour you're able to jump 1,000 light years. Even though there is a little bit of a cooldown, but we'll just go with 30 because it's much quicker and easier. So I think about 4 hours, maybe. Not to get to Guardian sites and stuff, but to get all the way as far as I am.
Right.
And that's mainly because I'm so far out. Usually if you're just going to be going for like the grade 5 material, it's only 1.5, so it'll be about a 45-minute journey. 2, 1. Although with the whole like new squadron carrier, which we don't have access to yet, so I can't like fully test it. But I am curious, if you buy a ship with arcs, are you able to like gift that ship to somebody else?
Oh, I don't know.
So I know like the liveries and stuff you're not able to transfer over, but I don't know if you can actually gift like the ship that you purchased.
I doubt it.
And someone was saying the other day that you also can't like engineer the ship either. So basically, whatever it comes with, you're stuck with the bare bones stock components. We have the squad carrier, I don't have the arcs. Fair enough, Adel. Is there anything cool about the squad carrier? You're not able to engineer it, can't confirm that. Oh, nice. But are you able to change the components on it? Like, I don't know, for example, let's say Vinny wanted to finally decide to get rid of his Type 9 mining ship and go for a better ship.
Now entering
Yeah, you can put any modules on it? Oh, okay, you just can't engineer it.
temperature is minus 196 degrees Celsius. Gravity at the surface is 0.03.
Did I say biological or geological? Oh, stupid geological.
Detected on body Act 3A.
Thought for a second maybe we'd get lucky. Yeah, I think the squad carrier is one of those things that I'll like slowly like grind out for, but I'm not like too big of a rush. I hear it's the same thing as like the personal fleet carrier where you still have to pay like a monthly or weekly fee to it. Just got my own carrier literally yesterday, also a good chunk of way to Elite and Exo. Oh, nice. Did you fully max out all of the modules on your fleet carrier? That is one thing that I need to do. I need to put one more module on mine. I didn't realize till I got all the way out there, but I took mine to the triple platinum hotspot, and then I realized that my fleet carrier doesn't have the option to provide limpets. Thankfully, there was a lot of fleet carriers there, so I was able just to mooch off somebody else, but I did not realize that that was... I did. I didn't realize that that was one of the ones that you had to like pay for a module for. So I got the ones that I thought was important, like repairing, refueling. I think I even have like a shipyard for you guys, but I never thought about the limpets. Not sure what provides it. Yeah, it's just one of those things that I'll have to jump back and do it eventually. A very barren planet. Now, this would be perfect to colonize. Look how flat this is. All the planets that I ever try to colonize, there's like bumps everywhere. This place is just flat everywhere. And you have a cool picture of a planet. Squad carrier doesn't seem to work. To provide limpets, probably a bug. Was that the bug I saw? I know it was something listed with the squad carrier that wasn't working, but it was working for the normal one. Maybe it was limpets? Thought it was something else, though.
Commander, the gravimetric stabilizers are operating smoothly, but I've noticed some vibration in the artificial gravity generators.
Take a while to grind up 25 billion. Limits would qualify, works for normal. Yeah, maybe it was that. Luckily, my friends have been playing for like 8 years. Ah, gotcha. My friends played this super, like a ton of hours with me at the very beginning, and then everyone got kind of like spread out and burned out some, so then they quit playing. Then I took a little bit of a break, and then now I'm back. And then I tricked one of them into coming back with me. He's over there mining in his Type 9.
Help. Send help.
It's okay though. Someday we'll have to do like a pimp my ride thing, and then you just blow that thing up, and then you can swap over to the Clipper, which is 10 times better. More storage, more everything, better handling, and you'll be happy.
I don't know. Maybe.
I'm on an exo break after that hardcore credit making for the carrier, but my system works perfectly. What is your system? I think I need 2.5 billion so far for Elite. For the... Which rank is that? Is there one specifically for exploration? Oh, I guess there is. Exobio. Yeah, my ranks aren't too high for these, even though I actually like doing it. This is the first like real long trip that I've been out here. I'm all the way next to the Sol Nebula. Alright, so ABC 3B. D is done. Echo. Oh yeah, I'm sure you probably already know, but if you ever lose track of which planets you got into, if you just pull up your detailed surface scanner, it's really easy to tell which ones have been scanned already. All I did was find all the systems around me with potential planets with the right properties required for tectonicas. Ah, that's cool. So you went for all the ones that had like a lot of money in it then. The viewer last time was able to pull me towards the most profitable possible stars. So, yeah, that's how I ended up in this system. 19 mil for tectonics. Plus you get the 4 times extra bonus for being the first to discover.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan.
Also, that was 5,000 plus light years, first with footfall. Yeah, that's about where I am.
Flight engaged.
Wait, you're getting about 95 mil per? That's pretty good.
Initiating orbital entry procedures for body ABCD3C. Planet is of type icy body.
I can find them rarely reliably. Or, fairly reliably.
Celsius.
What is your method of fighting them?
0.04 G. Commander Jasper_it is online.
Alright, of all the planets, this one just looks like someone dumped over a bunch of pudding everywhere. I was thought about it earlier, but I think it'd be really cool for the first footfall if we could actually like plan our own flag. That way people could like have like an actual nav beacon of where the first footfall actually was. Use the properties they exist from wiki or whatever, plug that into Spanch. Oh, gotcha. I'm just out sort of exploring, bumping into whatever I end up finding.
Commander, our first landing on this body.
Yeah, it's a good idea. But it gets too long on jumps, go elsewhere and do it again. I am currently like 5,000 or 6,000 light years away from Sol. Let's see here. On the map, I'm here, and then Sol.
Approaching a supernova remnant, the expanding shell of gas and dust left behind after a massive star explodes.
5,166 light years.
Important to our understanding of the universe's life cycle, and we should take advantage of this opportunity to study it.
Let's see, so that was C. Check for D. So basically you just look up the properties of each of the different plants and see like which one's the most valuable one, and then you just match it to your filters. Is that how Spanish works? Delta's finished. Echo. Finished. G? Alright. Another long list of planets is now complete. We already started with that one. So I think this will be the next setup. You can say like metal-rich CO2 atmosphere and other such properties, gravity 0 to 0.27, that sort of thing. Oh. That's a good tip. I'll definitely have to keep that in mind. Actually, really good tip. Science. Yeah, I think so far the highest valued thing I found is the, what's it, the Tusik? Hold on. Yeah, the Tusik. I'm fairly confident there are not many, if any, quicker ways to make money in the game. It depends if you're including like the factor time of flying all the way out there or not. Because it takes about 3 hours to make about 3 to 400 million with mining. So mining is another pretty reliable way too. But I'm not sure how fast you're able to like jump system to system to find just like this specific thing and then go to the next one. Have you seen ED Observatory yet? Like, have you actually tried that plugin? Same with you, Vinny. If you ever do end up trying to go exploring, it's actually really good. A solo day was a good chunk of over 1 billion per day. Suppose average about 1.2 billion? Oh, you're on Linux.
What distro?
This is Elite Dangerous. How you doing tonight, Mr. Bell? I'm using EDMC and ED Exploration Buddy. It mostly works. Oh, you're good. This is a older game from 2014, but it still has a lot of content to do. And they update. Don't do... Haha! They still put updates on it. Although if you're just a console player, you have a little bit less content that you're able to do compared to PC players.
Information for Highfield FRLC 24-26 apt 2D. Unable to display planetary data.
76%.
To retrieve body information for Highfield FRLC
Is that all console?
24-26 apt 2D.
Is one on console.
Unable to display planetary data.
Is all console versions the same? Or do they have like a different version for PS5, PS4, Xbox?
You could say different version. You played 7 Days to Die on console, right? Yeah, so it went the same route that 7 Days to Die did, where they had a build at one point, but it's no longer a build. So if you want to play like the old school, like OG version of the game, you can go to console. And that's where Horizon Legacy is. I don't know why they never... I guess just like budget cuts, maybe? I feel like PS5 and Series X should definitely be able to handle this game. Maybe not with everything maxed out, but I mean, That's the whole point of a console. You're supposed to like spend time and see what the best average settings are for people, and that's what you make the game public for.
They should be able to handle it on full settings.
Even if not, like, man, there's enough settings to tweak where you can force it to work. Also, if it's bacteria or tectonica, it's not 50-50. It's usually the stupid 1 million credit bacteria. Suppose it must work fine on the Steam Deck? I wonder if it is listed on the Steam Deck.
Orbital flight engaged.
Now entering orbital cruise for body ABCD2D. It is an icy body with gravity of 0.1 G.
Still haven't really quite decided. Is the Steam Deck actually worth it? Or would it be better to get a Nintendo Switch? So I feel like the Steam Deck, you just play the same games you already have.
Oof. Oof.
Yeah, that's right. Sign up with the corporate overlords.
Oh, I can't do it. Can't do it.
Well, the thing is, Microsoft learned how to make money. Sony has now learned that putting 20-year-old games on consoles isn't the way to make money and to put newer releases on. So I'm predicting a lot more games are going to be coming out multi-platform. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually listed as a Steam Deck playable game. It might be. If it's easier, then the only thing that I can think of is maybe Valve spent more time helping optimize it, but that'd be really weird. Now I'm curious. Yes, Elite Dangerous is compatible with the Steam Deck. It is listed as a playable game, though some users note that the controller support can be non-optimal and that the text can be small to read on smaller screens, which is something to consider. Huh. Well, apparently it does work on a Steam Deck. So if it can work on a Steam Deck, I feel like even a Series S should be fine at running it. I don't see why not. Have I gone to C already? Hold on.
The thrusters need some repairs after our last maneuver. It will take a few hours to fix, but we'll get them back up to full strength.
Ooh, your name looks super cool with the little green acid that it picked.
Frameshift drive charging.
You made your first sell order yet, Vinny?
No, not yet.
So I don't know if how far you're willing to fly for it. You're gonna have to look on Anara. I can't remember the name. It was something weird. But one place was buying platinum for 248, or no, sorry, 278,000 per. But I think it was like maybe 100 light years away. Played 588 hours on Linux and it crashed only once. I'll call that stable. What build of Linux are you using? I think that's what you asked earlier, right, Vinny?
Distro.
I played on Windows, no crashes.
Harsh.
I've never actually used Linux at all yet.
Really?
Yep. Never really had a need to. And you said you're going to be swapping over to the Steam operating system whenever it releases, right? Or was that somebody else?
I mean, I might try it, but I don't know. I don't really trust it with all my joysticks and stuff because I have like a bunch of applications that I know are built using like Visual Basic and like the Windows tools. So I'm like really wondering if they're going to work on Linux at all.
Unable to display planetary data.
Does Linux not get the USB controller? You said a bunch of applications. It's not just the game controller that you use, it's something else for flight sticks?
Yeah, there's like an application that they made just to do like mappings and stuff. To like program in like the macros for the controls.
You don't just do that in-game?
No, it actually like writes it to the joysticks.
Surface scan complete.
Why would you not just do it the in-game way?
Well, because I could do things like have it send like mouse scroll in and scroll out. You're not able to do that otherwise.
Hmm.
So you can actually like program in like full macros.
Initiating orbital entry procedures for body ABCD2C.
Huh, that's interesting.
Type IC body. Surface temperature is minus 181 degrees Celsius. Gravity at the
I've just been using the bare bones.
That's how I was able to set my tractor beam up on Star Citizen to work with the joystick. It basically just emulates the mouse scroll wheel.
Huh. Input Mapper does that, I think, though not programming the controls directly. Very solid if you have the patience for it.
Yeah, I've tried many times over the years to switch to a Linux distro for my main desktop, but I mean, there's always something that doesn't work right, and I end up having to switch back.
And it's because Microsoft knows. Give them money.
We have touched down. Commander, our first...
Same here. Other voice guy on the stream. Hey, Joshua. Yeah, I ended up having to do some chores early in the morning, so I decided it was best to miss yesterday. Plus, I wanted to make sure I was fully energized for today's stream. Get me off of this frozen planet. I can deal with heat, but I cannot deal with cold.
Commander, I'm seeing some unusual power
Now,
fluctuations in the
I
ship's
am
line.
kind of curious with like the Jurassic Park team working on their park builders. I'm wondering if they're eventually going to bring some of that technology to Elite. I'm going to assume you meant Linux, unless you meant Linus the tech guy. Yeah, there you go. You know, my keyboard used to be like really cool, and it would like light up depending on the game and stuff. And I used to like load the program every single day and like actually care. And then for like the past 2 years, I just, whatever. I like the backlight so I can see my keys, so I just keep it on rainbow. It refuses to remember. So, yeah, I just do whatever, you know. I miss the days where it actually did pick up the games, though, and could, like, change colors. That was really cool. I used to care. Like, I spent, like, an hour or two, like, fully customizing, like, the colors and stuff, and then one day it's just like, nah, we're not going to remember anymore. And then it's like, well, fine. I'm not going to keep doing that over and over again. Which I think you have that issue too with Razer, don't you, Vinny?
I used to, yeah.
No, that's not just a Linux thing. That's just a, we're running a proprietary software we're going to force you to use, then sometimes our software doesn't work thing.
I mean, the funny thing is like on my Razer notebook, like every time I would reboot the system, it would like start doing the whole rainbow thing. But I like dual booted into Linux like one time and then used the open source controller to like set the colors, and then it never switched back.
Huh.
So I was able to like set it as like a static white.
I can chalk mine up to maybe it's just because it's the old keyboard, and maybe that's why it just doesn't work properly, but mine relies on the IQ software from Corsair, and Occasionally, like very rarely, it'll do like a cool color for a game. I don't know if it's just like Corsair doesn't work with games anymore or what it is, but I remember like when I played the Medium, that was like one of the coolest games on the keyboard because it could like pick up which character you're playing, and then it would like change all the lights depending on if you were like in the else realm or not.
Of minus 179 degrees Celsius.
Seems like it's not complicated so much as you don't know it, so it looks complicated. Linux hardly any more complicated than Windows. I think Windows is more plug and play. Most people just pay for it and call it good. But that's the same sort of argument with, like, I don't know, Android and iPhones or Intel and AMD. There's a lot of technology that you can like tweak and make better, but you have to actually spend time for it. Speaking of that, did you hear Apple lost like $3 billion the other day?
Really?
Yeah, I guess people weren't happy with the iPhone 17 launch of having nothing new. According to shareholder reports, at least. I don't know if that was like the only thing, but I read an article and apparently the shareholders weren't happy about their newest release.
Yeah, they were like boasting that it was like the slimmest iPhone since the iPhone 6, and then they had this like gigantic, huge camera bump on the back. No,
oh.
No, it's not.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
I've never used an iPhone. I've had an iPod, but never an iPhone.
Yeah, I've
Keep an
never
eye
owned
out
one.
for gravitational lenses, which occur when the gravity
I've
of a
never owned an
massive
Apple
object,
product in
like
general.
a galaxy, bends the light from a more distant object. This can make the more distant object appear distorted.
Alright, so now we just get the gas giant, and then we have a couple planets here. We can skip the B since we did that one earlier. That's the only one that had biosigns here. And then we can try to find a system with more life forms. But I mean, it'd be kind of cool if they introduced like technically everywhere we're going, we're infesting planets. So I mean, surely there's got to be some sort of bacterium on our boots from going from like planet to planet, or like some sort of residue. So we have to be like cross-mixing the genes of these different planets. So that'd be kind of cool if you could accidentally like make life form on a planet, or they introduce like some weird genetic mutation system like that.
Sounds dangerous.
Well, I mean, they're already going into like the mutation thing for their Park Builder game. I don't know if it's the same team that works on it, but I mean, they have that like mutation theory ideology already built into, so I don't think it would be too hard for them. It does sound dangerous. I see what you did there. Welcome to the hype-hurled blob.
Cargo bay is just about full.
Nice. Maybe I'm further than I thought. That probe's taking a while. Alright, so let's do that. Should be decent-ish coverage.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Well, I made a ginormous X. So how'd you hear about this whole platinum thing? I said I made a ginormous X with the thingamabob. You need to get the pre-engineered DSS even better than the grade 5 ones? I think I got the pre-engineered one on this ship. I don't think I ever actually grade 5'd my surface scanner. This is a big gas giant though, so that's why it's taking so many. Yeah, you'll get a free one by turning in the data too. Which Vinny is going to have to do eventually. It's fine, it doesn't take much. You just need to like get like a participation trophy to get some sort of credit. So as long as you at least scan a planet and turn in the data, you should be good. You might have to... I don't think you actually need any exobio at all for this event. Exobio is just where all the main money's from.
Okay.
Do you still use ED Copilot?
I do.
If you go to like known systems, that'll be like the easiest way to see like how much a system's worth. %. Oh. Do you play this on Linux, Vinny, or you're playing this on standard?
I'm on Windows.
I didn't know since you were asking about the Linux thing earlier if you actually played on it.
No, I was thinking about switching over because the cutoff for Windows 10 was switching over or approaching. But I ended up getting a LTSC version of Windows 11.
Oh, sorry, Eric. I was just asking Vinny. He's not the other guy. I think Adel did say that he was on the Archer build for Linux, though. But yeah, man, Vinny was just a bystander who was also talking about Linux earlier.
Wait, what?
Yeah, when I asked you that someone was asking Adel if he played on Linux. No, you're good, but I just wanted to explain it in case he answered and then you were confused why it was different. Alright, so we got into 1E. Have we gotten a 1D? Delta's done. Charlie? And 1A, Alpha. Nice, so we just need one more gas giant then. What's the jump range in that thing, Vinny?
Like 20 light years.
It's not awful. I was expecting you to say a lot worse. Why are your panels green? Well, I download the EDHM, which is like a HUD mod that can alter the colors of your game. And I feel like this looks a little bit better for an exploration ship. It's a little bit less like taxing on the eyes compared to the orange, in my opinion. But it has a bunch of really cool options. Like you can literally like change every single thing about the game. So like if you wanted to have like purple on one side or like yellow to the other side. Yeah. The only thing that I do miss, the build that I used to play on, was able to like F1 through F4, for example, you could customize your HUD better by like lowering the light, so you could like dim it, you could clear up some of the clutter on like your nav beacon area. That way you don't see like 50 million parts dropped from a pirate. That way you could just focus on what you're actually killing. I guess they must have either made an update to Elite or had to get rid of it for something. So unfortunately that feature is gone, but you can still fully customize colors. Oh, and while I'm in Super Cruise, they also have a plugin for it where you could actually alter the different amount of scans in the FSS. So it has like a little detailed list down there at the bottom. So you can see like the different signal names, listening post, notable phenomenon. That way it's much easier to actually locate stuff. Passengers come first. That's why the liner is the top 0.1% of liners out there. Oh, this is a ginormous planet. Okay. Like that. Not a good sign when the thing leads with, we'll just estimate it about 22 probes. See where that ends up, and then we'll clean it up from there. Where on earth are those? Are those the probes that I shot? I didn't realize the trail was that far away. Wow, all those, and that's 38%. Those are stars? Well, that one worked out much better for us. Still no EDHM UI update, I see. Gosh, well, it didn't seem to break much at all for me. What was going on with EDHM for you? That's what I'm currently using. You don't actually have to. It's just a little bit easier to light up your shots if you're further away, so you can kind of see the radius a little bit better.
Surface scanned.
Although, do you want to be kind of close that we don't accidentally get sucked into the gravitational field? I think a few elements are gray that shouldn't be, but yeah, it seems acceptable. People do report breakage, though. Huh. I'm also not sure if it's just gray from this dude's color scheme or if something was broken on it, but it seems to be working okay for me. You're a sponge. Alright, so we got that, and then that should clear out the rest that we missed from that side. This thing better be worth a lot of money. 69%, so far we're at 12. We need 100%. Yeah, I'm going for 100%. Just that way I'm like fully completing the system before I move on to the next one. We even stopped in and grabbed the bacterium on this planet. Although thankfully, the bacterium was like really gray compared to like the super bright colors. I think I'll continue not scanning very large spins. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a slowdown compared to, you know, one or two probes and you're done. Usually the game gives you like a little bit of credit though. If you get to like the 92%, magically it just gives you a full 100% credit. It seems like, at least. I don't think these things are worth too much either. Yeah, about 90% fully complete. $86. Are you new to Elite Dangerous, Eric? Or have you played for a little bit? Go for that big chunk up top. Surely that's got to be at least 4%. Wait for the speed. Also, if you don't have the extended radius probe, it'll probably last a lot closer to the 22, if not a little bit beyond the 22 mark. Played years ago, coming back, and I'm entirely lost. So I would personally probably recommend starting with the pre-engineered SEO drives. I don't know how much materials you have, but you could head over to a technology broker and see if the only thing you're missing is the Titan drive components. That'll give you a faster boot up sequence and speed up your jump range quite a bit. You have nothing. Ah! Then maybe start with going around grabbing random materials. So if you're into mining, that's another very easy way to make money and also get free materials along the way. 90. Yeah, it's not really harder than grade 5 engineering and FSD, I feel. Oh, have you not actually used the SEO drive at all yet? And sorry, I apologize, I should have asked this beforehand. When you say you played this, are you talking about you're playing on console currently or on PC? So you are on the Odyssey or Horizon Live, right? Not quite sure where your ship is. Have you linked your account to Nara? Or if you're in-game, you can head over to the... Adult, don't laugh at you. What happened? You can head over to your shipyard inside of the galaxy map, and you should be able to locate all your ships. So that'll be this little like triangle icon over here at the top. They don't tell you the exact system, where you left it, and how far you are from your ships. Oh, you have an ad. Alright, Vinny, have you made your first full ship load?
Nope, still collecting.
Well, you're collecting, and I've officially finished this system.
Nice.
Pretty sure this is my fourth one. Yeah, we'll just save it as 4.
You're sounding kind of judgy.
Setting course for
Noob to the first degree. Alright, so if you head over to your galaxy map, so click the 1 panel and then go over to that.
Just pop into the corner store.
You can head over to this little triangle thing, and that's for your fleet. You know, list all of your ship locations if you're trying to figure out where you left it. Or you can go to any station and just call it to you, as long as it has a shipyard. And you can laugh, I'm not ashamed. That's okay. When I was first new, I didn't understand like the 3D map at all and like how to aim at things at all. Thankfully, chat was able to like tell me how to use it. I played other space games before, but Star Citizen, you never really had to focus on that because you could just like keep track of things. This one's a lot more technical.
Our next star is scoopable.
Let's see if it's actually been discovered or not.
We have arrived at our target destination.
So, if you're new to First Discoveries, if you head over to the system map, then you look and see if it's just the sun, it might be nothing, so you'll honk the system and see what's actually in there. If it's literally nothing, then you just move on. I'm loving it's more complicated than before. Just like now, we see 7 bodies, but they weren't listed there originally. Yeah, so the community calls the D-scanner honking. So once you use your D-scanner, then you have to use your FSS to locate all the different anomalies. Two biological, there we go.
Signals detected on
1 million each. Here, hold on, let me swap to my other screen.
and is landable.
That one, and then do I still have a face cam for this? Maybe? Oh, no. Yeah, this. Aha! There we go. Yeah, that way you guys can actually see with the Observatory plugin, too. It's actually really cool, so it'll like tell you how much a planet's worth, and it'll give you like a little bit of an estimate. And kudos to Acid and Adol, love the community in this game. Oh yeah, most definitely. Community is awesome and really dangerous. Even though it's like a smaller niche community, they're very loyal. Not a single thing.
Commander,
Why is the horse nebula locked?
minor fault in the secondary power coupling. We're addressing it now.
I don't know.
It shouldn't affect our
So I think that was normally open, isn't it? I know that they're doing like that community event. Oh, it's right behind the sun. They're doing a community event thing, so it could be something tied to that. Kind of them playing Eve at least. Oh my god. I tried Eve a little bit, which, I mean, I will say I was new, I didn't understand, so I'm sure I could go back and I'd probably be a little bit better at it. But some dude, like, killed me. I thought I was on, like, a beginner level, like, mission. And basically I got annoyed and just, like, quit. It takes, like, an hour and a half to 2 hours to, like, fully rekit your ship. After I finally figured out how to, like, put a good build on my ship, I was so disappointed by the fact that I died, and I was like, yeah, no. So I haven't gone back. What now?
I tried out the new one.
Vanguard?
Frontiers.
Frontiers.
Yeah, the new game they're making is based on blockchain.
No one can hear your bad joke.
Blockchain.
Maybe I should just keep them to
Yeah.
myself.
So you've gone to the dark side.
I mean, I just logged in to check it out.
I get it, I get it. You're joining the crypto bros next too, right?
I'm good.
Get you a gold chain with some prime energy drinks.
What?
I've not actually played any games with the blockchains yet. What exactly is that? That is just crypto, right?
I mean, yeah, kind of. They're just basically using it to... I mean, they're basically using it as a games database. So it's like distributed among all the players. So like they don't have to pay for a centralized database to run the game. So then like if they ever like stop supporting it, the players will still be able to continue on without needing them.
I feel like they could just put their build online like all the other games do, and it works.
Right.
Yeah, Eric, if you haven't done it yet, the community event going on currently will get you a wider surface radius scanner. That'll help you a lot when it comes to scanning planets, so I would at least recommend scanning 1 or 2 planets and turning that data into the community goal. That way you can get credit. The way they've been running community events lately, basically you just need just a little bit of credit. So as long as you attempt to do it, you don't have to be good, but as long as you just like barely get on the board, you automatically get the reward. Although I think this one you might have to do like 75%, so you might have to do 1 or 2 planets. To get like the best reward, if I remember correctly.
Headed to make my first sale.
People doing T9 laser mining makes me sad.
Stop judging my ship.
I did not say anything.
2 biological signals detected on body 4A.
This time it was thankfully a viewer in my chat who pointed it out. Yeah, okay, so everywhere. I used the Corvette for mining. Honestly, I used the Clipper Mark II last time, and it had pretty good results. I'm pretty happy with it.
Approaching body 4A. It is an icy body with gravity of 0.21 G and a surface.
I think if I were to
103 degrees Celsius.
make like a Corvette mining ship, though, I'd have to buy like a whole nother Corvette.
The environmental control system is functioning optimally.
Which I guess it is possible.
Are within safe ranges.
Oh, a much better cutter. I think my old cutter build maxed out like 700 or 800 cargo, and the Clipper maxed out at what, 1300? I need a bigger miner, but Crate Mark II is my miner. I would get rid of the Crate Mark II. Oh, why is it always on the dark side of the planet that I go to?
That's what you get.
I think you're the only person I've ever heard that uses that one. The Crate Mark II is more of a combat ship. Looks like a squished pancake. If you watch any like Thargoid combat videos, the Crate's like one of the more entry-level ships. Don't mind if I do. Corsair would work too for mediums. I mean, honestly, I would suggest the Python. It has really good handling. It can hold a lot of size 2 lasers. Hey, thanks for following.
Landing on this body. Your orders, boss.
This fleet carrier looks cool.
Wait, what? Just need Empire rep. Oh, you're talking about for the Corvette. Yeah, you'll need rep for that, but the other ones you won't. See, now this looks like a world I can colonize. Nice, bumpy, no flat areas. Seems to be more like it. Hate to say it, but the Corsair is just a better Python. I don't know. Are you talking about a Python or a Python Mark II? I haven't tried it yet, so I can't really talk too much on it. But next time I go laser mining with a smaller ship, I'll try the Corsair out and see how well it does.
Congratulations, Commander.
Quick question for you all. Cobra Mark 5 versus Melee, guys. What exactly are you asking for the purpose of this question? For exploration, or what more context? What all are you trying to do with it? Yeah, what Adel said. If it's just for exploration, then go with the Mandalay. If you're wanting like a general multi-purpose ship, then the Cobra Mark 5 will do fine.
That's the first sample of Fonticulua campestris collected, sir. Now
Use Mark 5 for all my bubbles. Mandalay would be better, but I don't want to use it because I already have one exploration ship. If you want an all-rounder ship, then probably the Cobra Mark 5. How much money do you have in-game? Because I would focus on a ship that you can make money with first, and then go from there. Can I synthesize fuel? Alright, well, we're gonna have to change this then. Do you have a very sweet Sidewinder? I got plenty of Sidewinders. What am I stuck on? Oh, I'm free. All right, so let's go back to the ship. Then we're just going to have to fly there since I don't have too much fuel in the SRV. I don't want to waste it. Get orange Sidewinder sometimes. Get that occasionally too. I'm just glad we haven't had any black adders. Can you help trade a bit quicker compared to Sidey? So if you haven't used any of the other plugins, so EDHM is really good to like change the way your HUD is. You have Observatory, which is good for like exploration. You have ED Copilot, which is like that little AI that keeps talking in the background there. It does really good for trade routes and like all of sorts of things that they can actually get you. Now you're not distracting me, and I'll just drive back to my ship. I don't have much fuel, so instead of wasting my fuel, I guess I'll fly around and then do it that way.
You still haven't refueled?
I don't have a way to refuel an SRV. Eventually, I'm going to have to go over to the Heart Nebula or check and see on like Anara for the next closest station. I know the Heart Nebula has one for some reason. So the Soul Nebula one should have one eventually. Alright, so hold on. So you... There we go.
We're now far enough away from the fire sample, Commander.
Can gather mats to refuel the SRV. Sucks a bit though. Probably have the material, but I didn't see the synthesize menu. Maybe I was just looking in the wrong spot.
These bursts can come from many sources and are of great interest to scientists.
Landing gear retracted.
Oh yeah, Nara helps a ton. Which that is one thing that they're like, oh, we'll go through the in-game tutorials that will explain a lot. Yeah, they could use a few updates or a lot of updates.
We have touched down, Commander. Our second landing.
Sort of like the in-game tutorial to teach you about Odyssey. They don't really They don't do a good job of like showing how to make money, how to survive, what you should actually look for.
Warning. Dangerously low temperature detected.
Star is so bright.
Second Fonticulua campestris sample collected. 1 to go. Now move another 500 meters from here and find our last sample.
Alright. So we just need one more sample. There's some things that I think should just be built into the game, like this Observatory plugin. I don't know why that's not just a feature that you can enable in-game. You guys use Zanara? I've heard praises. Oh yeah, most definitely use Zanara.
Please make sure non-essential systems are shut down to avoid an overload.
It's really good if you're trying to outfit a ship or just in general looking for things. That might be considered 500. Oh, it is. Haha!
Commander.
If only I could just land wherever I wanted.
You don't?
I wish. Played the tutorial and then got into the game. Alright, so maybe the Surly area will be a little bit better. Have you actually joined a power play yet, Vinny?
Third landing on this body.
I don't think so.
One Captain.
You're missing out on a lot of bonuses.
Wait, did you?
No. You see, the thing is, I signed the paperwork, but I haven't actually done the introduction quest line, so technically I'm still getting the merits even though I'm not a part of anything. So someday I'll do the same introduction thing that I did like twice already with you guys, and then I'll be good.
Oh, okay. Pirates are attacking.
Couldn't use elevators until I did another tutorial. Got that done, and that's when I haven't flown yet. Are you playing on mouse and keyboard, or are you playing on controller? Or flight stick?
Congrats on completing your...
Sorry, I guess there's 3 different options.
Nice work out there.
Or VR handheld? I don't know how VR works in this game.
On this body, Commander.
Alright, so if you're on HOTUS, then you don't have to worry about changing a whole bunch of stuff inside the settings. Be back in a second. I'm gonna grab a drink, and then I guess we'll fly over to the bright side of the planet so I can actually see.
Everyone, we might be passing through a nebula soon. This is a cloud of gas and dust that will be illuminated by nearby stars, giving off a beautiful glow.
You ever decide to try a keyboard and mouse, though, use a mouse, y'all? You won't ever go back once you have a HOTUS. Unless they break.
Right.
I was walking away and heard that. Thanks so much for following.
just finished running some diagnostics, and everything's looking good on our end. How's everyone holding up?
Commander, we've detected a slight fluctuation in the artificial gravity system. It could be a minor issue, but I recommend we investigate further.
Yeah, I didn't have my T-1600s very long before they started drifting too.
Hey, that's what's up, Battle. I got the same thing.
What?
X-52 SATEC.
Oh, okay.
You know what's great about space? No one can hear you scream unless you have your mic on.
It does work. And it has like one of the easiest like game USB controller things to fix drifts. And hello, Commander Sentry. Sorry for missing your message earlier. Bacterium's going to be a pain in the butt to find. I may as well just go to the bright side of this planet. Assuming that there's a bright side.
Assuming there is a bright side.
Yeah, assuming that, yeah. I don't know how far I am from the sun. It might be dark here all the time. Is the, Dustmaster Turtle Beach? I am not sure if mine's the pro or the regular. It's just silver and it says SATEC 52. Sure, what's your quick question? I'm sure someone here has the answer. But yeah, Turtle Beach is the one who owns Thrustmaster though, right?
I don't think so.
No? Oh, for some reason I was thinking that was Turtle Beach.
I think they're their own company.
Oh.
Number 1, the power grid is stable and all generators.
Hope this is the bright side.
without issue.
Dustmaster is a big brand? It is a big brand, but for some reason I was thinking it was owned by somebody.
It's owned by the Gilmont Corporation.
Alright, hold on. Let's jump to like the other side of the planet. And theoretically it'll be bright, and it's not going to be dark. I'm just going to jump further away, and hopefully one side looks brighter than the other. Do I need to make surface scan planets to get more money from space stations? Compared to what? Just like exobio data, or? Surface scans will give you some money. That's how you like fully map out a planet to turn that data in. I have a Thrustmaster Warthog throttle. They look kind of crazy when it comes to like all their setups. But they do have a lot of options. Alright, hold on. So you, I assume, yeah, same place. Get out of this menu. Let's not go too fast. And weigh a ton. What good news is, once you put it on your desk, though, you don't really have to move it around too much. Alright, Vinny, I found the bright side of the moon.
Nice.
So aside from actually like having novas in the game, I think it'd be really cool if they had like an international space station. Like imagine just like a random station where people could like track it in game, and every like hour or somewhere it just teleports to a random place or like slowly drifts into the next galaxy. That'd be kind of cool. How do you play this game, Josh? For example, I jump to a system, I honk and scan to find all the planets, or should I enter a system, honk, scan planets to 100%, then surface scan each planet? So if you surface scan each planet, you'll get full credit for that kind of exploration. And then also, if it has biological life forms, you can go down to the planet and with an Artemis suit, you'll be able to grab more data and turn that in for even more credits.
And studying them can tell us about the early days of the universe.
But if you're trying to maximize everything you can, then yes, you want to go to a system, honk, use your FFS to locate all the planets, then go to each one and map them. And you'll also notice that if you're in like a first discovered system, it'll say like mapped by blah blah blah, or first footfall by blah blah blah. I think Vinny uses VKBs, don't you, Vinny?
Uh-huh.
How do you like yours?
Oh, I like them.
Better than Burple?
I don't know about that. I've never used them.
Okay, well that time I actually saw what the auto and grabbed. And apparently screw it down is a bad word according to Twitch, so whatever you do, make sure you never say screw it down. Yeah, you're welcome. No, I was teasing. Like, I already approved it, so you're fine to say it again. I don't know why it automatically got auto-modded.
Attention, Commander.
Twitch has some very unique things where if you just say like some random things, half the time it's like, nah, clearly this is a bad intent. So you just sort of have to like slowly train it to do the thing. Is that the spot I'm looking for? I don't think so. Nah. And we already found the mushrooms. The graphics still amazing? Oh yeah, especially for as old as a game this is. I will say, I wish that some planets were more flat and bacterium had like a big giant glow to it. Bioluminescent bacterium, that's what this next update needs. For one scale is my trudge. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see like what happens once we actually do, or when are they going to call it and decide to make like the next Elite Dangerous? Or if they just keep going? I'll see you next time. People off to go to work. Thanks again for the answer. Oh, you're welcome. Have a good day at work.
Galaxy cluster, which is a group of galaxies held together by gravity. They can contain thousands of galaxies, and studying them can tell us a lot about the structure of the universe.
Alright, so it does ping. This is why I normally skip bacterium. Found it hilarious that one auto mod gets you a thing you might use to measure the temperature of meat. If I say boom, you can't talk cooking safely on Twitch. Yeah, don't be too bored at work.
I was just thinking, why do we call it deep space anyway? Shouldn't it be wide space, vast space or something?
Okay, so the plants are there.
Alright, well, I'm gonna have to get off here for the night.
Oh, you getting off already?
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Alright, have a good night. Thanks for joining me tonight. That way we were able to get the thingamabob. I assume it worked.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen anything about it.
Oh no. Yeah, we did the thing. It might only unlock once it gets to 3 AM though, because I think it's from like 10 o'clock to like 12 Pacific.
Okay. Alright, well, have a good night.
You too. Eric says, yeah, thanks, guy on the stream. Whoa, 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 what was that? Oh, a little sharp. Oh, another stupid plant. Intrigued. Alright, so we'll give this system a few more minutes, and if we can't find it, then we'll just move on. This is like the world's most rocky place. We need a flat area. Well, the flat areas just have the stupid mushrooms. That one? Nope. Yeah, so if you're new to Exobio... Oh! Thanks so much for doing that, I appreciate it. If you're new to Exobio, the one thing that's kind of annoying, but if you want to like fully complete it, you have to go over and do the bacterium. Bacterium's usually only worth like 1 mil, and it's super annoying to fight on planets. I'm trying to see if I can get us like a proper server to do some other games on too. So I know that we tried like that farming sim game the one night. You have ads again? Little toggle thing's gone for that. I used to have it so it would actually show when ads pop up. Alright, well, we'll just move on to the next system. It's taking too long. hole. Oh, thanks so much for subscribing. I have no clue why sometimes my headset glitched out like that. That's weird. I hope we don't have to buy a car. A car to go where? Let's see here. You.
Keep an eye out for quasars.
Yeah, haven't done that one.
And distant objects powered by supermassive black holes.
So while you guys were in the ad, I decided that it was taking too long for bacterium, so we'll just go to the next place. Some places aren't too bad because there'll be like an orange planet, and they have like really easy to find bacterium. And some are more flat, which is pretty easy too. But if it's like super rocky and annoying, then I recommend just going to the next system and moving on. So we're just going to get the rest of the data. We'll get our first footfalls if we have any. And then if not, we'll go to the next star. And continue the process all over. I still have to work on my coding for estimated value, but I think so far, I think we have over 100 million in total data that we found. Have a good day, Josh. Kidding about your ads? I already bought many pizzas. Oh, you had a pizza ad? What is your favorite place to eat pizza?
You know, I always thought the anaconda was just a really big snake until I saw one for the first time.
I think Papa John's taste the best, but they have like the least reliable service in my area when it comes to like actually delivering it in a decent time. Domino's is good, but they're usually fairly cheap. I think Papa John's is probably my favorite for like major stores. %. Weird body. You never had Papa John's.
Scanned by 50%.
Are they just not in your area, or how come? I will say, if you're ordering from there, I recommend going and actually like picking up yourself. I don't know what it is, but they always outsource their deliveries to like Uber Eats and stuff, and that never seems to have like a fast delivery time. Could totally be just my area though. I've been in a while since I've docked in an asteroid, ice asteroid. You know, I've been actually looking for those. I haven't actually seen one at all yet in game. Originally, I was like super excited because I found like a system with an asteroid belt,
Are functioning at optimal levels
but I never got around to building my asteroid base.
with air quality or temperature.
It's still on the other side. Yeah. And don't worry, this stream is not sponsored by Papa John's, but I do think they have good pizza. Borealis Point in Mott System, if you ever want to visit. Yeah, I might have to do that. Oh, what emote did we get? Now I'm curious. I mean, I can't tell if this is a piece of pizza or if it's a tooth dancing. Hold on. That, and then... It's a cat. Never mind. It looks much bigger whenever it's blown up. Sorry, I was running from pirates, but thanks for the gift, sub, Josh.
You just won't believe how vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big it is.
Running from pirates? Oh no, what'd you do?
Down the road to the chemists, but that's just peanuts to space.
That was actually a pretty cool emote. I like the cat. Just carrying passengers. They do have rescue missions then? I thought they didn't have those anymore. Getting a lot. Yeah, I can see that being a thing. I mean, at least it's not like going full into detail like in Conan. That'd be much worse. Oh yeah, and another good tip to use, but I never use it, is technically if you don't want to do like a whole bunch of loops around planets and stuff, if you set your speed to 75%, it'll help control your ascent into planets much better. Or if you're on HOTUS, you can sort of figure it out, but having a button for 75% will help a lot too. And you can even set it as a keybind. My buddy recommended me to do that a long time ago. I used to do it, and then I think I had an update and I lost my keybinds and I just never put it back.
And I've completed a routine.
So I ended up making a video on how to fix the keybinds, but I never like fully got into the whole 75% thing.
By 50%.
Or you can just beat the haters and call it a loop of awesomeness and call it good. Which is usually what I do. Alright, so that should be 100% for you. That's going to be a gas planet though, so it won't have a landable. Yeah. Surface scan complete. Most important tip I ever got. Except never fly without rebuy is never accept a mission in Alpha Centauri. Why? What happens in Alpha Centauri? Oh, that's the hut. No, that's why the name rings a bell. Okay. So I did it just because I wanted to prove to myself I could do it, and because I was kind of hoping to, you know, like continue fighting Thargoids. I actually took my Thargoid fighting ship all the way to Hutton Orbital, but the most tragic thing is, they finally finished defending Hutton Orbital by the time I got to Hutton Orbital. But I made it the entire trip being interdicted, so I could say I have officially made it the hard way. Took me Python Mark II, it was painful. Yeah, that's a good tip. Avoid that place. And don't fall for the free anaconda thing. A lot of people would try to trick like, you do get a mug. Unfortunately, when I did it, the station was closed, so I didn't even get credit for the mug. They have cargo in my combat ship for that. That's the wrong side.
Surface scan by 50%.
That is true. You could just park your carrier there. I can store said mug in the carrier. I don't think the mug's considered a bobblehead though, is it? You 100%? 80. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they should have made that like one of the trinkets you can put on your dashboard. Like they could add like a small like smoke trail or something to it, and that way you just have it on top. It'd be even funnier if they added like actual physics in it. So let's say like you did a barrel roll or you like crash into a planet. Imagine your character just reacting to having coffee just like splashed all over him. That would take a little bit extra programming, but man, would it be just like a funny Easter egg.
Surface scan complete.
I think 100% had a meaning here would agree with that much too. Where are the air fresheners? We're in space. We don't need air fresheners. Well, that is a good point. You're stuck in the ship for forever. I'm wondering, like, there's no like real habitation unit in a lot of the ship, so how do our commanders actually survive? So we never actually need food or water. Does the Manili have bathrooms? If it did, it would be behind that door.
Keep an eye out for gamma ray bursts, which are among the brightest and most energetic events in the universe.
Yeah, I think you put it in the coffee mugs and, you know, just like toss it out the door. All these tactical questions. Supposedly the new Type 11 is going to have a new cockpit. I'm super excited to see that one. Although it's going to be more geared for like mining purposes compared to exploration. I'm still excited to see like what all is actually different in it. It's a very weird system. I guess it only had one landable and the rest were gas giants? Or gaseous planets? Also, if you're using your detailed surface scanner and you shoot in front of you, but it's not actually showing it, make sure you're not accidentally set to the back view, which even though you get out of the surface scanner, it still looks like it's right in front of you, but no, it'll just trick you. 35%.
Commander, I'm picking up a transmission from a distant planet. It sounds like they're playing the Macarena.
Yeah. Yeah, over in the bottom right-hand side where it says planetary view. That's how you can sort of get tricked by it. To overlap too much. You can waste a lot of probes accidentally thinking that you're shooting the right side. So what ship did you end up with, Eric? Did you end up saving up for the Cobra? I don't know how well of a combat ship it is, but I heard it's a good multi-purpose ship for like newer commanders. Oh, 1% off, really? And the best ship in game? What is it, the Sidewinder? Yeah, I got a couple of them. I remember, I was not a very big fan of the Sidewinder. It's not a very strong ship. The time that guy that we were in the party with earlier, he had the Python Mark II. And man, that thing was large, it was cool, it could kill things, and here I was in my little ship. My grade 5 engineer Cobra 5 worked fine in Hazres. The only thing is it takes a bit longer due to small guns and ammo with the multi-cannons. Yeah, you've mapped this, oh, what? I have not mapped you.
Just checked the ship's oxygen levels. Seems
I guess there's only 2 that we missed so far?
there is the pilot still breathing method. I guess I should find a more proactive way though.
So we got that one, and then one. I don't know. That one. So we only missed one planet then. We're good. And it's the ship that the game gives me. Hey, Eclipse. Hey, Tesla. There we go. I can use that one. Can't imagine not being able to control an engagement in the Cobra 5. You have speed, maneuverability, and you're relatively tough too. I don't think I've actually bought the Cobra 5. I think it was the Cobra 3 that I stepped up in after the Sidewinder. What's the jump range on it? Oh, man, actually, that's another good tip. If you're wanting a ship, I don't know the price differences between them, but the Phantom's another pretty good one for jump range, too. Is it 50 light years with it engineered, though, or is it 50 light years, like, stock? Ah, okay. So probably, like, 20-ish before you actually do the upgraded parts on it. Gotcha. Surface scan complete.
Did you know that there are neutron stars that rotate up to 700 times per second? That's fast enough to cause a lighthouse-like beam of light that we might be able to see in our journey.
Not bad for not being optimized much for it. Oh, so it's kind of hard to know when you're like buying a new ship, but the newer ships will be able to handle SEO drives much better. T-bar. So like if you buy an older ship, the Python's more of the exception though. I think it does fairly well for the SEO drives. But a lot of the older ships, if you go into SEO mode, it'll like start bucking a whole bunch. It'll act super crazy. It'll be really hard to control. There's 1% that I missed.
Commander, we've detected a planet with a breathable atmosphere and no hostile life forms.
What?
But before we go there, let's take
It's on the tops? War stages added to everything. I know why they haven't. Where on earth is this? I'm going to land and then come back and see if that refreshes that. I don't see why it's at 89% though, because it looks like it's lit everywhere. It's weird.
Now entering orbital cruise for body 2A. This one's a rocky body. Gravity is 0.2 G. Surface temperature is minus 85 degrees Celsius.
That's a little bit more reasonable. Earlier tonight, we found a place that was like 800 degrees Celsius. You tell me this place doesn't have bacteria in it? It's got cracks everywhere. It'd be a perfect place.
Helm, the navigational sensors are experiencing intermittent failures. I recommend we investigate further.
Yeah, I'll definitely make a video on that tip that you gave me earlier, Adel. I'm excited to see like how it actually does to like find some of the stuff. Although that's more of like min-maxing to get profit. That's still good to know how to actually do that.
First landing on this body. Your orders, Commander.
Alright, so we'll get our first footfall and then hopefully that's going to refresh our detailed surface scanner. So I didn't see like any part that wasn't. Yeah, sure. First footfalls confirmed. Oh yeah, and if you haven't ever stepped on a planet first, it'll pop up saying first footfall confirmed. There is rare occasions where your game can bug out where it'll say first footfall, even though it's been first footfall like years and a long time ago, but it won't always like actually give you credit for it. Had that happen like once or twice in systems that people have already gone to before. Albeit it was a very long time ago too, though. So they might have patched it out.
Frameshift drive charging.
Another good thing about the Mandalay, it's like almost near impossible for this thing to overheat, and it has fantastic thermal vents. Alright, Mr. Planet. Too close, hold on. Actually, maybe.
We may soon pass through a dense interstellar cloud, which can cause a cosmic ray shower. This will produce some stunning auroras, but also poses a risk to our electronics.
How is this not complete? Alright, so this side appears to be fully mapped. Unless this one planet's just bugged out. Because we should see like a dark spot somewhere where it's not lit. But on top of that, like 10%, it should be a fairly large spot too, not like a small one. Okay, so that's still done.
Even more terrifying in space. Your piloting skills. Just kidding. Or am I?
I guess at this point we're just wasting fuel. I don't know. I guess it just broke it whenever I was doing the scan there. Anyways, we'll just go on to the next system. That one's a small one, so we don't really care about that one. The rest, though, I'll keep bookmarked.
FUD Shell C24-16. Just one jump away. The space
Also, you can pair it with like voice attack and ED Copilot, and you can have the game so it'll automatically like plot your courses. I don't know how well it would do for like some of these areas with like very random weird names. Like, not sure how well it would actually understand Hype Hurled FRL, but it would work good for like Omnicorn, Capricorn B and stuff like that.
Heading to Highfield FUD Shell C24-16.
Oh yeah, and the same EDHM mod that I was using, you can actually have it so it turns your HUD off and jumps too, so it looks a little bit more immersive. That's another cool tip I like.
Commander, we have arrived at the location. Congratulations, Commander. You are now officially the first Arspicking 8 descendant to visit this system.
Alright, so according to ED Copilot, no one else has been here before. Let's see what we ended up with. So we got 2 suns. So it shouldn't be a super large system. That's it. 2. Well, yeah, we discovered the system fully. Alright, galaxy map, let's find the next star. Now, eventually the goal is to head towards this old nebula, so maybe we'll go a little bit further this time. We'll go to there.
Setting course for Highfield, EUD Shell C2465. It's not even a head, skip and jump. It's just a simple jump.
So we're filtering our... Oh! Actually, that's another good idea. Eric, do you know how to filter for like your fuel scoop, or do you know what a fuel scoop's for? Basically, you can put an attachment on your ship and it'll grab... I guess it's just the heat waves from the sun. I don't know exactly like what all it actually takes, but you're able to absorb some of the sun's energy and refill your ship's fuel. Okay, so you never used one. So, I recommend not playing like me. A lot of commanders prefer to have exclusion lines on, so I think if I click enter, it'll pop up. Maybe I might have to get further away from the show. Anyways, if you click enter, it'll have like the big giant rings around all your planets. So you can go over into your system, or sorry, your galaxy map. And then for Pilots Federation, you can filter by stars, and basically you just turn everything off if it's below M. So the acronym's called KGB foam. However, some of the higher biosigns are typically found in the K, G, and B sectors, which is why we're only filtering by 3 different types. Speaking of that, has someone else been here before? Empty. 1 star. Hey, you're welcome. 14 bodies. By the way, as the first commander to go to a system, everything is completely procedurally generated by the first time that person enters the system. So even if we didn't actually like scan everything, since we technically came to this star location, it generates the planets for whatever layout it wanted us to have at the time of it being discovered. So we got a couple in this one.
Two biological signals.
Hey, 2 biologicals. Probably gonna be junk though. Well, yeah, 1 million each.
3A has an atmosphere and is landable.
So what you're saying is the more we play and explore, the worse the elite server situation gets.
In the next system, we will have the opportunity to observe.
I mean, it'll be harder for newer commanders to find something new.
With gravity so strong that nothing, not even
Although so far, I think we haven't even like discovered 1% of the universe, apparently. Which I don't know how that's possible with so many people who like exploring. I feel like it's got to be a higher number than that, but apparently not. Nothing. Looks like we got 1 more. Waterworld, maybe?
System scan complete.
Hey, Waterworld. These actually pay a lot. Alright. So probably go from like the furthest one and then head back towards the sun that we can refuel to get to the next area. So I think that makes the most sense. I don't know if this is officially my first Waterworld or not. I know I found a few like gaseous. Oh, here's those exclusion lines that I was talking about, or inclusion lines, whatever they're called. I always play with them off though, but if you like have them on, that's the difference.
As we travel through this region, we will encounter a dark nebula, a cloud of dust and gas.
And if your ship doesn't have a good ability to use the SEO drive, it'll buck a whole bunch crazy and you'll be dumping a ton of fuel, which is why a lot of people like the Mandalay for exploration. Plus it's nice and small, so you don't have to really run into too many issues, and if it blows up, it's not too expensive to repair. Is this the Waterworld one? I don't think so. It's the Waterworld one we definitely want to make sure we try to get 100% on.
Commander,
for the added bonus.
start a spacebound. I'll be on the space drums, and you can be on the space kazoo.
Seven probe efficiency, so it's probably going to take 1 or 2 on this side and 1 or 2 on the other side. %, that's not too bad. 0.3% discovered, I think? Yeah, I don't see how that is. I guess just because a lot of people don't like going super far. That seems like a lot to still be discovered. And then on top of that, for that 0.3%, or whatever percent it is currently, is that including the percent that is like permit locked, or is that included into the same database? Is this done? 64. Because there is quite a bit of like permit lock systems, or even like where the Thargoids theoretically are, they're all locked. So I'm wondering like if that's added inside the database and that's part of the value, that's why it's so low. Although, with that being said, it seems like this Hype Herald area has had very few commanders actually go to it. Because I've found like back-to-back worlds that have never been discovered.
No problems for the next few months.
Please don't tell me you're broke again. Ah, perfect. There was a spot that was not highlighted. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, this is exactly how the other planet should have behaved, so I don't know why we couldn't find like a big chunk like that missing. Wait for it. I know that number is getting back into the game. Hold on.
Surface scan complete.
Moving on to the next planet.
Check the ship systems. Everything seems to be running smoothly.
I don't know why it keeps doing that. That's so weird. And at some point, we did repair our AFMU so I can jump a little bit further. Although, at this current pace, we seem to be doing pretty good, just like doing small jumps. They claim 400 billion stars. But I'm not too surprised, especially like zooming out and seeing everything. Although I feel like that number would be situated much higher if people spawned on other sides of the world instead of just all spawning the same spot. But the game's also... I think Odyssey came out in, what, 2015, 2016? So I mean, it's not like it's a new game. It's going on almost 10 years? So you think a billion stars wouldn't be too crazy of a number to have been explored already? See, I can't argue your observation. 400 billion is a lot. It is a lot.
Keep an eye out for a red giant star, which is much larger and brighter than our sun. These stars are in the later stages of their life, and observing them can help us understand the fate of our own star in the distant future.
I wonder if the red stars are the ones that you can fuel in. Alright, so 33 takes us up to 60. Probably get one more up top too. Very big number. It is supposed to represent the Milky Way. Yeah, I am kind of curious to see, like, are they just going to keep it until people like fully discover it, or what they're going to do with the game? Alright, so that's not landable, but we have the next one, which is...
Please report to the cargo hold for our weekly dance party.
If they ever plan to make a... I guess it would be the third iteration, because I'm pretty sure Elite Dangerous has already been out twice so far. How long will that take? Well, they haven't even discussed making a new one, so I'd say several years, if ever. I assume eventually, though, they'll have to update to put it on a new engine, though. Because they use the same engine for quite a while. Although last time they did like a major change, the player base got divided and weren't exactly happy when they brought Odyssey out, since it divided the Horizon and Odyssey players. So that could be why they never decided to like do any other major updates, because of the negativity it got for that. Yeah, they haven't mentioned anything about adding a new Elite Dangerous game at all, so... if anything, it would be definitely like probably 2030 at the earliest.
Initiating orbital entry procedures for Body 7A. It is an icy body with gravity of 0.17 G
83%.
of minus 225 degrees Celsius.
How long would it take to get to a new game?
Some
Is
hits
that what
with
you're asking?
space debris, but they are still holding at 90%. I suggest we take a few minutes to reinforce them.
Complete.
So whenever they went from like Horizon to Odyssey, they restarted the universe. Basically, it was the same exact area, but any of the previous areas that were founded by other commanders, everything was like completely undiscovered. So then it basically like restarted the timeline. Although, if they wanted to keep this universe up and alive, what they could do is they could make like a prequel, sort of like how Gears of War is doing it to like go back in time. They could do that and have like an actual story-driven game where it's more lore depth on like what happened between the Guardians and the Thargoids and like why they separated. They could split that into a whole like spin-off game, and then that would keep this universe alive and maybe add in like some single-player story, like how Eve's doing with Vanguards. Still wouldn't change the engine for this game, but it would add more context, and then they could expand upon their game a little bit further. But supposedly one of like the original people that left the team, I guess, had a lot of the rights to it beforehand, so that's why a lot of it's been like locked away compared to the other Elite Dangerous game. Originally it came out in like the, I think it's the early 90s or late 80s, somewhere around there, like the very first iteration. And apparently you can actually like fly a Thargoid ship and speak with aliens in that one, but one of the main team members left and they took that with them. Was it the 90s for like the OG one?
Crew, the fuel cells are operating within expected parameters, but we should keep an eye on them to
Yeah, they're
stable.
probably the 80s? Yeah, I was thinking the 80s for some reason too. So you made that comment earlier about you probably won't spend time getting like big planets. From my understanding, the only ones that really matter are the water worlds. They're worth a lot compared to everything else. So if you have like a very large water world, that one would be worth scanning, but the rest typically aren't worth a ton. Actually, oops. Yeah, we'll just disregard that. We don't care about that for the time being. So let's see. We scanned everything in this zone. Will you show me explore maybe? Pretty sure one of these tabs shows how much this system's worth.
I just ran a scan on the ship, and according to my calculations, we're now officially lost in space.
Oh, average system value is 1.6 million. I guess you can't see like the full data for just one planet though. Read all to rebuild the database? Alright, well that didn't seem to do anything different. So anyways, it looks like this one system, just by scanning them without doing any exobio, we're getting about 1.6 million. You never seen this screen? This is ED Observatory. So this is another application that you can download. So basically, we added in a couple different plugins. We have Astro Analytica, which will be able to keep a log of everything. And that's why we have like a little pop-up of where we're supposed to be going for like the different genetic materials. You can click the GEC and this will show like cool like sites to see inside the game, like Thargoid's teeth, and it'll pop up a link on exactly where you're supposed to be going to see this, and it'll also say the system names. Bioinsights, this will tell you like the bacterium, and it'll calculate how much each one's worth, so you can sort of get an idea of like how much a system's going to be able to pay you. Now, it's not going to be able to tell you like all these values are what the game's just saying is a generic value. It's not going to say like, oh, well, you're the first commander, you get the 4 times bonus. It's not smart enough to do that, so it's just going to show like the generic, your system's worth this amount of money. So keep in mind, first discoveries, you can just multiply by 4 for anything that you see there.
Keep an eye out for planetary nebulae.
And if you're doing this in the middle of a like community event, it'll be able to add a lot more money. It's vague, but very cool. Yeah. That's what I was saying, like some of the stuff beforehand would be really cool just to have like implemented into the game. Going a little bit too fast. And thanks again to all the commanders who've been showing support for the Elite Dangerous on my channel. You guys are amazing, killing it. Nice, very ugly looking planet. Plus, the good thing about this game is it actually works. You have the third-party apps and such. Which ones do you use? Go with 3 and see if that'll work.
I'm picking up some strange energy readings on the scanner, but I can't quite pinpoint the source. Anyone else
I have ED Copilot, which, I mean, I guess voice attack's not really considered like a full-on Elite Dangerous program, but I do have that. I'm in the process of being able to get it so we have like Commander Worf being able to be our Copilot. That'd be cool. I think all my probes hit the exact same spot. Oops. 19 million Tectonica becomes about 95 million with first-footfall. It's actually 5 times, or you could say about 400%, just 500%. I have no clue how every single one ended up in the same spot, being aimed differently. Oh well, as long as we get it before you get the maximum amount of tries, you still get full credit for the pristine rewards. But yeah, where it says like the body is still to map, that's actually part of the Observatory plugin. So it has a functionality where it's able to write on your screen. That's why I wasn't able to show it earlier, because I had it on game capture. 83%. But I think it would be cool to actually have that in-game. It looks like something that would fit. And made a nice little Pokeball.
Commander, we've completed the diagnostic on the propulsion system and it's fully operational.
ED Explorer, Icarus, Launch ED, and ED Discovery. There's a lot of tools. Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Surface scan
A
complete.
little bit too many tools, to be honest. Like, I feel like, I don't know if they just don't want to play well with each other, but they should just, like, decide to work together and just have, like, an ultimate tools app to where you can just go to one place and, like, download them all. Sort of like all these, like, random places that you have to download for, like, movie apps. So much nicer when it was just Netflix and, like, all the movies were in one spot. Now you gotta be like, oh, it's on Apple Plus, or oh, it's on Disney Plus, or oh, it's on Hulu, or oh, it's on whatever the other ones are. HBO Max. Which some are a little bit better, like general case or not. Framework parse the journal, feeds the plugin like EDMC, but a UI that isn't horrible. Yeah, exactly. A lot of like, I'm not going to say the plugin, but there are a few different plugins for Elite Dangerous that are very bare bones and really hard to like read. They're more set up for like coding and very like, not very much prettiness added to them. They're just literally the text like an Excel sheet.
Great progress. The bad news is that we're still millions of
But there's some that are definitely a little bit more useful than others. But I find ED Copilot to be really useful too. It's pretty good at like calculating trade routes, figuring out where's the best place to sell, find. Once again, you can pair it with like voice attack and be able to do a bunch of cool stuff inside the game. So I think that's one of the more essential ones of all the ones listed. Unless you like exploring or mining, then you have to go in there and tell her to shut up about it being boring. Which is actually a setting. I think it's actually called that. Anara, yeah. Which I'm surprised Anara doesn't have its own like standalone app. I think it's just the desktop website. Although, keep in mind a lot of Elite Dangerous tools, they're kind of unique the way they work. So since they're not connected to the actual game's like coding, like they're all completely like separate. So it relies on another commander to have it turned on. So like for example, since I fly with ED Copilot, anywhere that I find like my first discoveries for when it comes to like bacterium samples and stuff, other people will be able to have ED Copilot on inside of this system and it'll tell them exactly where they're supposed to be looking for their first sample of fonticula or whatever things that we're finding inside of our world. So that is one advantage of having it online. Although it doesn't really help the first people. It only helps like everyone afterwards. Don't know if we're going to get it in this probe. I think we'll have to do one more. Or we'll get too close. EDMC is good for supplying that info. Just make sure to only use one tool that supplies info to the online database or you get a 1-hour lockout. Wait, what? Really? So what tools conflict with it? one. I think I originally downloaded that, and then I wasn't able to do what I was trying to do with it, so I got rid of it. This is another bad thing too. If you accidentally get too close to the body, basically you have to waste a probe so you can get your scan radius back online too. %. Doing that ED discovery cause because I was told to send it to Norris, Spanish, etc. Seems most people that play this game are extremely intelligent. Yeah, there's a lot of really good tools out there that a lot of helpful commanders were able to create for everybody.
The warp engines are functioning.
It's kind of interesting. It's like, it's not necessarily like a crazy modded scene, but it's a crazy like plug-in scene to help the game itself. Where a lot of games have like, you know, mods where they like completely alter the way the games play. Everything here is just mostly just to like enhance the way the game's played. How long have you had your X52 Satex? Addle? Mine apparently are, I think it's like 3 or 4 generation hand-me-downs. A couple months used and given by a friend of mine.
Just a heads up.
That is exactly how I got mine. A friend of mine gave it to me, and a friend of his gave it to him, and apparently a friend of that guy's friend gave it to him. So I think mine are like the original pair from when Satek originally made them, and they just keep getting passed down to more and more people while people upgrade them. Yeah. Does yours have like any stick drift or anything? And do you know how to fix the stick drifts? We get an ask just in case anyone is newer to flight sticks and being plagued by it. No and no, I've never had that in Linux, so no idea how to even fix that. No drift, weak spring on the stick? Well, actually, I don't know if Linux has access to it. Hold on. But like for Windows, you can open up the game controllers, and like for example, underneath like my HOTAS, I can click properties, and then I can set the dead zones to it. So like basically inside this dead area, or even you can see on the Z-axis, mine has like a weird like jitter there. So you can put the dead zone, that way it's like blocking like most of your normal inputs there, and then it'll get rid of 99% of your stick issues, and then it'll just be able to play normal.
This is a ray event that can provide valuable insight into the workings of these enigmatic objects.
Works just fine for you? Yeah, well that's good. Mine had issues where like the throttle, I think the throttle was like the biggest one, where it was wanting to like, not really necessarily slow down to 0, it was wanting to like inch forward. This game's a lot better about it, but I know like Star Citizen had some issues. Linux rather messing with you? I have no idea, it just kind of works. I'm sure eventually I'll probably end up getting a new flight stick or something, but for now these seem to do everything I need and they work good. It's a good HOTUS, I think. Oh yeah. Like, I mean, honestly, just like using that very simple software, it fixed all of like my random dead zones, and it's cleared up so much.
Surface scanned by
There's a lot of flight sticks that don't actually have like full control over the game controller, so you're not able to get like 90% of the drift out, and then they just basically force you to buy a new one. But these were made back when, you know, company cared about actually having like good quality products where you could fix them. Please tell me the backside. Alright, cool. Was the joystick stuff I seen in game? Or seen in the game in question? VKB has crazy software I don't dare adventure. What kind of software does VKB have? I'm guessing you're, by software you mean proprietary stuff? Yeah, this is just like a default Windows controller thing. It's not even controlled by Satec. Although apparently there is some sort of Satec software, but since Logitech bought out Satec, that you can't actually download that software at all anymore. And fun fact, anyone who's buying like new X52s, they're not even Satec. They're just called X52 now. Explain 12 shows a picture of the whole setup. I can click buttons on it to bring me to that button config, etc.
surface scan complete.
Keep an eye out for supernovae, which are the explosive deaths of massive stars. They can be incredibly bright and can briefly outshine an entire galaxy.
Yeah, Logitech buys everything. Meanwhile, ED's controller stuff has no search. It's ridiculous. I think Elite Dangerous has a better setup when it comes to fixing a lot of like weird inputs though. Like, I never really noticed the jitters too bad at this game, but for Star Citizen, that's where a lot of like the bouncing back and forth that I showed you earlier, that's one of those games where unless you like fully like fine tune and tweak it to like a huge amount inside the settings, you're never going to be able to get it to work proper until you do it through the game controller. Getting used to my stuff. Hey, Joshua. Oh, you actually have a little train icon next to you.
Just a quick
Welcome back. Like for head tracking, of course, X-Plane lets me literally set up a responsive curve. That's another thing that I need to do. I need to set up my Tobii eye tracker again. He vanished, Tanya. He went to order the pizza you were talking about. Maybe, maybe not. That is a very crackly world. Surface scan complete. Where are we at? 39? Well, need a webcam, of course. Which reminds me, head tracking is so good in this game. Open track and AI track free. Yeah, I mean, you can also use Tobii eye tracker if you have access to that. But the other ones are, if you have, well, even like a generic cell phone with like a good cell phone mount, you can technically get that stuff to work. I had a friend actually do that one time. Wait for the probe to hit. There we go.
Crew, we could soon pass through a region of space where there are many rogue planets.
100%.
These are planets that are not orbiting a star and can provide us with insights into the process of planet formation.
Alright, so that should be another one landable. Tape a phone to your head to use the gyros. I have an IR tracker, I don't use it. So I know I need to sit down and like fully customize everything. but like last time I used the Toby eye tracker, was really cool in combat. But there's just like so many menus in this game that it's kind of disorienting to like have your head move with like all the menus popping up. But I think you can actually like fine tune everything. So I just need to like spend some time and actually like fully customize the way I have it set up in this game. Move my head too much? Yeah, I could see that being an issue. It's really cool though when you're like in combat and you can like look around and like see like your entire cockpit and like fully like see, oh, the dude shooting me right there. You can turn that pop-up menu thing off. Something about the Toby software or in-game? Yeah, like you can see a lot more inside. I know I need to like recalibrate my display though, because mine's going to be like completely off. Say, anytime you like change the lighting in your room, it's recommended to do that, especially if you... Well, actually, that's another good thing to mention. If you're not a fan of playing with lights on, then it might not be the best thing for you, since typically if you play with better lighting, it'll handle a little bit better. I need to recalibrate mine though, since I added new lights. Was getting in my way looking down at planet surface in the Mandalay, so I turned it off. You know, is there a way to turn it off just for like the SRV, for example? Because I think the SRV is the like main thing that I have that issue with, where like I'll be trying to go on the planet and it's just like, oh, clearly you wanted to go in the menu, you didn't want to exit. Because I don't mind it too much in the ships, but the SRV, that's the annoying one. 100%.
Power grid is stable, and all subsystems are functioning normally. Good job, crew.
So we go to the landable, and I believe it's either this one or the next one that has the biological science. By the way, though, the SCO is that thing that keeps like charging up in our ship. That's how we get such far distance when we're going between places. If you don't have an SCO drive, it takes a lot longer to get to places. And the crazy thing is, when this game originally came out, there was no SCO, which is why the older ships don't handle it very well. But on top of that, people used to actually like have to fly super slow to like destination to destination. So I think that was probably like the biggest like quality of life change they added in the game so far. Unless they add like an even better one eventually.
Mon Capitan, I think I spotted an alien spacecraft. Just kidding, it's just a piece of space junk.
I have to ask, since 90% of the people I talk to have never heard of it, have any of you actually seen the TV show Dark Matter? That was probably like my favorite sci-fi show. They got canceled, but they had a really cool technology in it. They called it a blink drive, which basically like lets you teleport across the world. It'd be kind of cool if we got some sort of technology like that eventually. You haven't seen it? I do recommend it. It's one of those shows that got sci-fi'd though, so it expected to end on a cliffhanger. But for the seasons that were there, I thought it was really good. Sci-fi likes to cancel everything if it's not Sharknado. Well, good news is our hint for the planet is everywhere. Yeah, you're welcome. The emphasis was a quality of life. Back in the day, you had to manually do every body in the system with like 2 LS distance to scan it for the system map. Oh, really? I didn't realize that that was another thing that was added in.
We're approaching body 3.
Please be the light side of the planet.
Body. Surface temperature is minus 173 degrees.
So theoretically, we're going over to these other stars, mainly because it has a higher chance of spawning in the metallic worlds without it being icy. It's sort of RNG though, so sometimes even though you have stars that have a higher chance of spawning it, you're no guaranteed to actually have non-icy bodies.
Be used as a measure of distance to other galaxies.
Can toggle that on and off with the combat analysis mode. What are you talking about? Oh, to see if it's the bright side or not. That's a good idea. I have not making any promises that we'll find bacterium on a white planet. I will say, however, the odds of us finding these little trees seem to be fairly high. Yeah, I didn't even think about swapping to combat mode.
That's our first landing on this body.
It's a good idea, though.
What's the plan?
And if you're trying to like scan things, make sure your ship is far enough away. If you have your ship too close, it'll actually basically just like do a fault trigger since you're technically close to your ship, which is really weird, but basically you're not allowed to use your weapons next to your ship.
Drive assist on. Drive assist.
And make sure you always have drive assist off for SRVs. But that little blue pop-up thing that shows on the screen, that's actually a part of the Observatory core plugin that I was telling you guys about earlier.
Around 1 million credits if you collect a sample.
Same with like scanning it, it'll pop up in the top left-hand corner here, showing us like the distance to the next sample, and it'll actually count down each one too.
On this body that has not been reported to backend systems. That's the first sample of Fonticulua campestris collected, Commander. Now find another colony.
Minus 142 degrees. There it goes. I want to say, it's really taking some time to get inside the seat there. Alright, so we know for sure there's another group right there. I think that one's going to be too close though for the 500, so we'll have to go a little bit further out.
Far enough away. Now look for another sample.
I think you can composition scan from the ship, but I haven't tried. We can try that. You're not going to be able to get your analysis scans off though. Like for the sampler, that you still have to be on the ground. But if you're just trying to like actually like scan the planet itself, then you should be able to.
100 meters from here and look for the third and final sample needed.
From the SRV, you can scan so it adds it to the database, but you have to physically have an Artemis suit in order to get the sample data. It's like if you're just trying to get like your codex filled, then the SRV will give you plenty, or your ship. But if you want to actually like get credit for like scanning the planets themselves, that's where it's going to come to play a little bit differently.
We're now at an
Also, since I got this pulled up already, so underneath the bio insights for that same tool, you're going to notice that it'll actually like show you that you're currently working on it, and it'll have 2 out of 3 samples collected. It'll actually like count the dots for you and be able to show you like physically on a form itself if you're trying to like keep track of like how many you found, if you don't have, you know, that display there. So I guess this one's kind of redundant now that they fixed it, but yeah, they do have it in data too. Once again though, this one is more of a tool to help you and less about actually showing you. So ED Copilot, if it's like a known system that someone else has been to, that will actually like tell you like, hey, one commander found this like 3,000 meters to the right, and it'll like give you a starting point. This one doesn't do that though. This one's just going to physically be for data itself. And then it'll also tell you when you're done. That way you don't have to worry about it.
What next, Commander?
Knowing if you're far enough to scan again is also a big time saver. Oh yeah, most definitely. Which, once again, that little space chatter back there, that's what ED Copilot does. She'll just sit there and, hey, you're now far enough away, but she doesn't actually say like how far. So you can accidentally like loop back and mess yourself up. EDMC Bioinsights does that nicely. Oh, really? Is that one better than Observatory? Or is it different? And the Artemis suit tracker. I was hoping I would at least find one bacterium by now. Probably different, more compact and lightweight. Gotcha. Alright, well I guess we'll go back to the ship. And if it... Oh, wait, hold on. Is that not one that we just drove over? Yeah, I guess we'll just drive back to the ship and move on to the next system. Bacterium is one of those more annoying ones, especially on a white body. Some planets are really easy to find though, but sometimes they are a bit elusive when it comes to finding them for the value that they're worth. Slightly blacking out. Only if Wine and Proton ran through Windows applications as well as Windows games, that would work. Let's see, hold on, where's my ship? So for me personally, I also recommend going to any military ground port station. They usually sell the Scorpion, which is going to be more of the tank version of the SRV. It does the same thing as this one, but the thing is going to be able to actually handle much better. It doesn't have as good jump range, but it handles way better. And it's a little slower, but it's a tank. And it's a 2-seater. So, fun fact, like if you're doing Guardian sites, for example, if you have the Scorpion, your buddy's able to still get credit even though he's inside of your SRV. So you're able to do it twice with one go instead of having to like do it all over again. Yeah, it's much less squirrely. And it's got a good gun on it too.
we're about to encounter some turbulence. Just kidding.
Alright, hold on. Let's just do it the easy way. Turn around. All aboard. So we'll give like a quick scan of the area and see if we happen to accidentally stumble upon bacterium, then we'll stop and grab it. But being on a white planet, it's not necessarily going to be the easiest to spot. I'm surprised that's not it.
Landing gear retracted.
Time-wise though, for like min-maxing stuff, technically you don't really want to like waste time doing all these first footfalls, all the planet mapping, unless you're just like fully trying to complete things. Same with if you're like really trying to just go like completely for credits. The Bacterium's not really going to be the best paying thing ever. It's only worth 1 million in like 90% of the cases, and it's always going to be a pain in the butt compared to everything else. Yeah, we'll just get out of here. But if you're trying to have your name everywhere and have it like mapped down, then that is part of completing the star system. I don't know if you would call this a galaxy or what. Is that another one hard to find? I don't remember which that one looks like. I remember the Turok. That one was fairly easy. I forgot that it was such an odd looking plant.
Commander, I've been thinking. Do you think aliens have been converted? I bet they have some crazy space drives.
Flip it around. And I'll be sure to update my schedule on Twitch, and I'll have it posted on YouTube later on. I guess today would be technically Saturday, so yeah, the end of Saturday going to Sunday, I'll be sure to upload the schedule on when we'll be playing Elite Dangerous again. It'll probably be Monday and Wednesday, Thursday next week. Gotta double check when I'm working though, that way I can schedule a little bit better. I might try to do a little bit earlier sessions, since I know not everyone's always want to stay up super late. I don't think this one... Is this one considered Earth-like? I don't think so. Kind of looks like our weather pattern though. Terrestrial water world with an active water-based chemistry and carbon water-based life. Oh, so this is the water world one. Alright, so this is the one that we want to treat as the most VIP then.
Fluctuations in the main generator. I'll keep an eye on it, but we may need to...
Kind of funny. I was talking about the weather, not even realizing that this is the... That's it. Now, once again, so the efficiency target, basically, as long as you can get the planet scanned before you hit the maximum amount of attempts, you're going to be able to get a pristine reward, and that's just going to be able to turn in the maximum amount of data for yourself in that planet. if you get outside of the efficiency range, it still works. You can still turn it in, but the difference is it's going to be worth a little bit less compared to if you had just like fully done it in the certain amount of probe radius, which is why having the extended radius is going to help you a ton.
Surface scan complete.
Nice.
I've just finished making a cup of tea. Would you like a virtual cup as well?
Alright, so we have you. Thanks so much again for all the commanders who've shown your support recently. It's been amazing. Probably sometime next week once I get back to the bubble, I'm going to do a guide on how to increase your suit engineering. One of the awesome community members was able to tell me how to fix my Artemis suit so I can actually scan things properly. I was supposed to do that, I think, like last month, but I couldn't get my Artemis suit to open up the panels. Yeah, thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. Oh, and if you haven't yet, be sure to link your Frontier account to your Twitch account. That way you'll be able to claim all the drops. So whenever you're watching an official ED partner, you'll be able to get 4 drops. If you're watching just like a different streamer who's not part of the partner program, you'll only be able to grab 2 of them. Just so you know in the future for references.
Surface scanned.
You should be getting a couple ship skins watching me. I believe that's going on till September 19th or so. If you refresh the page, it should tell you how much you collected so far. You should have 4 different ship skins though.
One of the most powerful explosions in the universe.
Oops. I know it's like the Asp Explorer and like it's a bunch of like random name ones. Don't you cannot comply me. Huh, that's funny. It's still showing that we're doing the stream together thing even though we stopped that earlier. Can't use the other ones, but my little star Aspen does look cool with it. There you go. Yeah, these look much better than last time. Last time, it was a very unique color scheme. Wasn't really the biggest fan of them. This time looks kind of clean though.
Warning.
Very solid color everywhere except for the white cap.
Repeat. The ship's coffee supply is running low. This is not a drill.
Surface scan complete.
That lost exobiologist skin for the anaconda is kind of bad. Mainly one is nice though. What, you don't want to turn your clipper into a frog? They definitely played into the memes on that one. Which ironically, the clipper actually looks like the Raza, which is the spaceship inside of the show Dark Matter, and that's why I like it. The big green toad. I don't think it's very good for combat though. It's good for mining, it's good for hauling, but I wouldn't necessarily like buy it with the expectations of being able to take to war. It can be done, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be the best ship out there. Also, this is just so you know, Eric, you don't have to actually buy ships with money, with like real world money. But if you ever did decide to invest in a ship for arcs, the difference is basically anything that you buy with arcs when it comes to a ship whatever it blows up, the base default value is going to be free. So, like, for example, if you wanted to buy the Clipper, not put like anything at all different on there, and you kept blowing up and dying in it, your credits to repair it would be 0. Where if you had bought it in-game, it'll be based off the value of the ship itself. And that's another thing. Don't fall for the trick of having to buy a Conda or like one of the very large ships. If you can't afford the repair cost, it's going to be very expensive, especially for a large ship. Am I centered on the back or the front? There we go. Plus, if you factor in like the full like engineering cost of the Conda, it takes about, I think it's 1 billion credits to like fully max it out. Not saying that you're going to die, but just so you know the differences between in-game ships and ships that are bought differently. Oh yeah, hold on, I can pull up something else for you too.
Life out here. Then I remember some of the people I've met.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll just slowly coast. So Onara is the website that they were talking about earlier. Ignore the great lovely advertisements. But let's say that you were wanting to like buy a ship. Is this thing going to crash into me? I think we'll be fine, but we'll be fine. So you can have it set up so like different commodities, stuff like that, interstellar faction. So basically this is going to be how you can outfit your ship. You can say exactly what you want. So you can also filter by ships itself. So for example, the Conda will have it filtered by soul. Now you're going to notice that some places have like the minus 15% or minus 20% on hard points. So for example, if you buy it at like Cirrus, or might be the closest example, everything else is hard points, but anyways, pay attention to the minus 15% discount sign. Basically anything that costs more in-game is going to have a higher repair cost. So if you get the discount when you buy the ship, it'll actually take that into account whenever you blow up. Because it's inevitable, especially for a combat ship. For like a mining or exploration ship, it doesn't really matter too much. But one that you're planning on like fighting with, I would definitely go for a discount. Or for a more costly ship, like the Corvette, Conda, the Clipper. The Clipper is coming in way more than everything else at like 249, I think. Yeah, you're welcome. And also for someone who is new with not a lot of credits, the discounts also help a lot. I'm going to be a little bit biased when it comes to it, but another cool thing that you can do is ground combat. Basically, it's going to be like a Call of Duty match where you go down to the planet, you shoot some people, you capture the flags, and then you exfil. Once you get like good enough gear with like your Dominator suit, you'll be able to do like the high level ones, and as long as you're killing a decent amount, you'll be able to get like 6 to 10 million per. And honestly, it's like 10-15 minutes max, and it's really quick to do. Especially if you find like a good station with like, so occasionally they'll have systems which have the high conflict sites, but they'll be far away from like a station. So like in Capricornia B, for example, you could go to like Martin Enterprise and, or LHS 20, wherever Martin Enterprise is. Anyways, you could go to that station and they'll take you to that site, and that'll give you a free respawn point, and it'll actually just like take you to the area. You do the thing, it'll take you back, and it'll just keep doing it. Sporting the very elite and exclusive Sidewinder. Yeah, you can do FPS. I recommend having a little laser gun because it'll strip the shields and then use a different gun to kill them. Let's see. I made a video on it a long time ago, but I don't remember the website. Yeah, I'd have to like look around for it. So I don't know if it's still currently active. I know it was either LHS 20 or Capricorn B. One of them had ground conflicts zones that were fairly close to a station. So when you like enter the orbital station, it'll be over on the right side. That'll be basically the military personnel, and you'll say, I'm here to sign up for combat. If you don't have like a Dominator suit upgraded and you're just stuck with like the standard weapon, I would probably pick like a low to medium and then like slowly work your way from there. If you fail, that's okay. You're just not going to get the ending mission credits. No, it'll actually be a person behind a desk. So, do you know where to buy a ship at? Like when you go inside of the station? So it'll be right in front of that area. Kinda not really. Unfortunately, I am slightly far from all of that. But if you get to a station and like go inside, I'll be able to walk you through where to go to. Alright, so I'm still going the right way. I'm going to this star.
Setting course for Highfield, KX-SC20.
The only downside is it's not guaranteed that each system will have its own conflict site, so it'll be kind of like an RNG based system. You might get lucky and you'll be able to like pop them up. Let's see.
This star isn't scoopable, but we can scoop at the next.
That's not it. Alright, let's see if this place has been discovered.
Commander.
Nope. I don't think too many people ever come over here to the Hyper Herald. When I jumped through originally, I just immediately went to the Sol Nebula. But I guess a lot of people must have done the same thing.
One biological signal detected on body 2.
Bacterium.
Awesome. 2 is landable with an atmosphere.
Why is your controller imposed on the screen?
Detected on body 4.
What controller?
Nice job, Commander. 4 is landable with an atmosphere.
Oh. That's a good question. Aha! Because I accidentally enabled it. Good call, though. Thank you. I appreciate it. I swapped over to game capture, or sorry, screen capture instead of game capture. Really, another just bacterium on a white world.
An atmosphere and is landable.
I didn't realize that one was enabled. Don't.
One biological signal detected on body 1.
This is the most trolliest place. Don't. Alright, fine.
Landable.
One of these things are going to be high. Yep, one of them is going to be worth a lot. Or they're all going to be bacterium. Alright, so we had another gas giant somewhere. What are you looking for? I'm looking for the last body. Sometimes they're kind of a pain in the butt to find. Aha! See, this one is just out in the middle of nowhere for no reason.
System scan complete.
So now we flee, scan the system. Real question is, do we really want to look for bacteria, or do we just go to the next area? It's a very dark system. But I guess there's not really too many places, at least. But basically, I'm looking for things that are worth a lot more. And bacterium is like my least favorite thing to look for because basically it's just 17,000. Yeah, let's just go to the next system. That's kind of far.
Course cancelled. Commander. Resuming our route to Highfield. KX-
If it was a little bit closer, it'd be a different story. Which, I mean, I guess that was the furthest one, but
2 jumps.
none of those were really going to pay well. Four, 3, 2, 1. There's a couple places in the bubble though where you could actually get like 20 to 30 million, and you can literally just like follow like ED Copilot or any of like the other applications, and it'll point you exactly to where like the base starting area is at.
We're now 1 jump from Highfield. KX-SC20-64. Congratulations. My databanks indicate you are the first ever human visitor to this system, Commander.
Huh. So they got 3 super close. This is going to be a very big system, I bet. So they got rid of it for some reason when it comes to like in-game to see it very well. Hold on, let me park closer to the sun while we do this. So the bubble is basically what they describe as where humidity is mostly like clustered together with, is also where a lot of the powers are like fighting for. So basically anywhere next to Sol, which is... Nope. Need the galaxy map, wrong one. It used to have a real easy like display that you could toggle on and off, but they got rid of it for some reason. But the bubble is basically this big large clump of like where all the powers and everything are. So even like the engineer in this location all the way over to like Deciate, for example, that's like mostly where the powers are centered, and then they have like their own territory for power play as well. Ooh, this one might be a good one, though. Looks like there's a lot of heavy metal. It depends how you're trying to make money, but staying close to it's fine. Especially if you're like trying to eventually work on your engineering. It's weird. I wonder what that signal out here. Physical barrier, I think it was. I don't think it was a physical barrier. That's a cool looking planet. I like that one. It's got nothing, but I like the way it looks. 7 out of 11. Go figure, the system that has everything like perfect when it comes to what we were looking for. Nothing. Community goal hit. Tier 1 rewards. Finally, looks like the credit payouts are going to be way fat. Actually, if people manage to hit the other tiers, tier 1 is up to 120 mil. Really? That's actually pretty good. I mean, it looks cool. I guess we'll scan it. I was kind of hoping for more luck, which I mean, these 3 popped up immediately, so they got to be like super close to the sun, so I don't think it'll be a far travel anyways. It seems like in the past that they've altered the community goals to make sure that people have enough time to do them, and also that way it does get completed. So I assume it will probably at least get to tier 3 on it. Although maybe not, maybe they won't tweak it. I was really surprised that they only did 1 week for the science vessel. That was basically like you either got in while it was there or you missed out on it, which is really weird. Usually they don't do it that way. Yeah, if they alter the values, then it'll increase also. I know, like when we were fighting Titan Kosijo, or however you say that dude's name, that like final Thargoid Titan that they've released last time, the the value of him like kept changing since there was like a huge panic, and then there wasn't enough people doing it during the week that they like had to like go back and make him super weak again. So they definitely like altered the course that way it ended when they wanted it to. Originally, they had to buff him because he was going to die too quick.
Surface scanned.
50, 62. Do you have like any ground combat suits, Eric? I think the ground combat's sort of like hit or miss. Some people like really like it, and then a lot of people really dislike it. But if you are going for it, you have nothing yet, I would try to get a Dominator suit if you can afford it, and then find like 1 or 2 good weapons. The only downside to doing it is like whenever you go to find your suit or your weapons, you can occasionally find like better ones that are going to probably be out of your price range. I don't know how much you have, but like some can come up to like grade 3 automatically, but those are usually going to be like 2.5 to 3.5 million. I checked every Pioneer vendor for grade 3 suits utility and get to them all. That's what I did too.
Scan complete.
Yeah, that guy we were playing with earlier, that's why he used to always tease me, because I'd go into every single station looking for a pair of pants to see if it was anything better. Is this one that I can land on? No. Well, that's a shame. It looks cool. Alright, so map-wise, where are we at? Was a tip a friend gave me when I started. That's a good tip. You can also look for suits that have, like, different things. So, like, for example, you can find, like, night vision on a lot of suits, too. But that's more rare. If you find one that literally has, like, no mods at all, at least it's, like, an open slate, so you can put whatever you want on it. Literally at the first station, I just got my license. Is that your way of telling us we need to buckle up in case you come into us? You'll be fine. Although, one thing to keep in mind, if you leave the area that you're starting in, technically you are no longer considered in protected space. So if you're playing in open play, technically someone can go and kill you, if they wanted to. Actually, hold on. I should roll back this conversation some. You have the Odyssey version of the game, right? I forgot I asked if it was on PC, but I never asked if you had the Odyssey build.
Surface scanned by 50%.
See? Now that's more like it. Not a single thing in any of these planets, but at least we can scan them.
Orbital flight engaged.
Approaching body A6A. This one's a rocky body.
We weren't going that fast.
Surface temperature is 21 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, as long as you have the Odyssey build, you should be fine for the combat. And then, like I said, if you actually go through like the station, have it like send a dropship for you to go to the area. Good news is if you die, you just spawn back in the ship, they take you back there, and you just repeat. Another way of doing it is you can land your ship manually over there, and then whenever the conflict ends, you just leave and fly back and do the same thing over again. I don't know if the logout trick works for ground sites. It might, though. We never actually tried that one. So some of like the grade 5 materials, that's like kind of a pain in the butt to harvest. You can like get to an area out in the middle of nowhere that has them spawned in, especially if you're playing with like a large group of friends or something. And basically you can just keep leaving and swapping servers. That way you're able to just have it like constantly repool itself. Yeah, maybe we'll make a trip out to the Black at some point and bring all the people who are newer who need to get their materials. That's more for like a very long expeditions. That'll take like 8 hours or so if you're like really trying to like max out every single one of your materials. But good news is once you do it once, you can basically trade down all of your grade 5 to the lower brackets, which then allows you to actually start working on engineering. But you still have to get to the point to unlock the engineer first. Yeah, raw materials. The encoder one doesn't take near as long, but raw materials takes a little bit. Engineering is basically taking your ship and making it like 20 times better.
We have touched down. Commander, our first landing on this body.
You do meet a lot of chill people in open, but especially in like... This one's a little bit different because it's like very spread out. But for like combat purpose missions or like missions where you like specifically have to turn something in open play, there have been known that a lot of trolls will like camp those systems out just to grief people. How far should we go to do the CG? The odds of new players finding totally unmapped systems seems low, so can we just skirt the bubble and scan uninhabited systems for it? Yeah, you don't actually have to find undiscovered systems. Basically, it's if you want a little bit extra credit, you can go do the undiscovered one, you'll get more money. But it doesn't matter, as long as you're doing some sort of scanning and turning it in, then you're good. But realistically, the odds of finding something within like 1,000 light years of the bubble undiscovered is pretty slim. It's not impossible, but it's very slim. Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully that was a quick fix for you. Another ED Odyssey materials helper is ridiculously useful if you're engineering your ships. I had to with your name like that. But yeah, you shouldn't have to go too far. I'm out in the middle of nowhere just because I was wanting to go back to the Soul Nebula and like do a cool stream with visuals, and then I keep finding these random places that no one's been to, so that I just sort of been in an everlasting loop stuck here. Oh, there's a ton of tools. And then even if you want to like get into the more immersion side of things, you can get voice attack, and then you can get HCS voice pack, which is like an extra thing on top of it. And then you can have like a co-pilot that actually speaks to you in like different voices. So for example, you get like Commander Worf and a bunch of really cool voices. Oh, you got the voice pack. How is it? I haven't actually got the HCS pack yet. My friend used to have a Brian Bless voice pack, and it was great. I was thinking about getting the, why can I not think of the dude's name now? Anyways, I was thinking about getting Commander Worf's voice. I don't know why I'm blacking out on his name, though. Used it back in the day, it's quite amazing.
Surface scan complete.
Michael Dorn. Yeah, that's it. I couldn't remember his first name.
Now entering orbital cruise for body A6. This
I don't have that. Very well done.
gravity is 0.26 G. Surface temperature.
One thing I'm kind of surprised they don't have yet, which I'm sure maybe eventually they will. Or he could just not be in a sci-fi, but I have a feeling he is. But they don't have any Alan Tudyk, which I'm really surprised. Because he has like a lot of like robot characters and does a decent amount of sci-fi shows, so I feel like he would fit pretty well for that. I don't know how much they have to pay the actors though, that could be a reason why. Really an amazing program. Oh yeah, and you'll see that you can also colonize systems in the game. I would probably avoid that to get bigger ships. Like, it's going to cost a lot of resources to actually do that. Do they have Captain Kirk? I didn't know that. I knew they had the girl from The Next Generation. I can't remember her name though, the doctor lady. Danica, I think it was in the show. I didn't know they had Kirk though. I don't think they had Picard either. You write your own scripts with what? The HCS voice pack, or which? What are you talking about? They have data? No, they don't have them. Yeah, I wonder if it's just a monetary thing, like the actors just don't want to be paid enough, or not getting paid enough for it, or if they just literally don't want to do it. Oh, you can actually alter the program. That's cool. I'm supposed to eventually get a discount code for it, but I'm waiting to get into their beta program. I mean, maybe it has to be expensive. I don't know. I feel like voice acting is one of those things where if it's just like a few lines, then I don't think too many people would like mind really, especially, you know, if it's like real easy work for them. Unless it's one of those things that takes like a long time. I have no clue how much they actually have to like give them before they're able to have the voice. Got a sale a while back. Oh, nice, congratulations. I saw they sell them like by individual games instead of like bundled together for like every game.
According to my calculations, we have enough coffee to last us approximately 3.14159265359 weeks. Oh, and we have pie.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not an actor, so I don't know like what my price point would be, but I feel like if it's just like, you know, recording for like a day or less, then that wouldn't really be like too bad.
Surface scanned by
82%. Yeah, I need to actually go around and actually like fully customize everything. I know I want to make a button to call ADC, because I think that's probably the one that has like the most annoyances to it.
Now entering orbital cruise for body A5. It is a high metal content body with gravity of 0.21 G and a surface temperature of 72 degrees Celsius.
Although I do wish that they open up more key bindings for the game. There's a lot of things that have like good key binds for, but there's a lot of stuff that they just like completely neglected, and I have no clue why. Like shield cell banks, for example. You should be able to have that as an option. Yeah, it's like you can program mouse movement. You can also record like all your buttons so that the game treats it more naturally compared to like just like guessing things, but so a shield cell bank, basically you just drop it down. It's going to superheat up your ship, but it's going to be able to replenish your shield for you. But for example, they do have it so you can map like heat sinks and you can drop your heat off that way. Yep. Alright, fine, there. Perfect.
We have touched down, Commander. Our first landing on this body.
My goal was originally to get the Exobiology, but I don't think I would ever like plan to come back to these places, so I may as well like grab everything. Any button you can press in the game, voice attack will do it. Yeah, I made a video actually not too long ago on how to get it working with ED Copilot. Unsafe temperatures. It's actually not too bad, but it's one of those things where you have to like make sure that programs are launched in the correct order, or else it'll just bug out the whole time. Some people say they have a hard time getting voice attack to listen to them, but I feel like a lot of it's not people's accents, but it's their microphone quality. I know like my previous mic, it had an issue where like it took like a second for it to actually activate. So sometimes I would say a word and it would like chop off the beginning. So then you just have to figure out how to make an alias for where the mic can actually pick it up. Not just a decent mic, but you just have to spend time like calibrating it. And apparently, we are the only ones who ever come over to this random place in between. But I only ended up here because I ran out of fuel. Originally, we were going to take the neutron highway to the next area. Alright, time to kill 3 pirates and become an Imperial Baron.
I was going to tell you a joke about time travel, but you didn't like it.
I assume the way you've been talking, Adel, you've been playing the game for quite a while? Go through this window voice recognition thing a few times. Yeah, I had that issue too. There were some things that I had to like stop and restart, then magically it picked it up after the restart. But I don't have any issues with it picking my voice up, so I think I set it up right.
Surface scanned by
81. Not that long couple months, but I get to ask questions and advise several long-time experts. Well, there you go.
complete. Orbital flight engaged.
Your bike's very good. We can at least test to that. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Eric.
Entry procedures for body A4. It is a high metal content body with gravity of 0.2.
Ironically, this is actually like one of the cheaper microphones on Amazon. I think it comes in at like $60 or something. So it's super cheap compared to like what I had before. Alright, so let's see. And so far, we have not actually found like too much like bio data, which I'm kind of surprised. I figured more of these systems would be a little bit more populated. So as a new player, the main thing that you want to avoid, if you do get an exploration ship, I would probably avoid the Pleiades sector for now. Mainly just due to the fact that you're going to have a slight issue when it comes to Thargoids, which they're kind of like this big plant alien species that will attack you.
We have touched down. Commander, our first landing on this body.
My Irish accent? Oh, that's cool. You can actually see the paint scraping off. Is that because we've been out here so long? Huh. I didn't know they had a weathering detail. And before I went on this long expedition, I completely forgot to apply the new skin that we got. But I think it's supposed to have like a slight like green tint to the wings or something. If we ever end up in another station, we'll be sure to apply it. But for now, we're stuck with the default colors. Oh, you're good. And that's another thing I forgot to mention with colonization. So there's some things that people are having issues with when it comes to like people sniping the system. So basically they'll just wait for someone else to do all the hard work because they'll claim like the system that they actually want afterwards. But on top of that, I feel like if you're like the first ones to find a system or something, you should have like some sort of priority to be able to claim it as your own system. What, the colonization? It's going to cost a lot of resources and a lot of money, so I would probably at least wait till like week 2 or week 3 before you even thought about it. But you're going to have to move a lot of cargo between things, so unless you're going to be buying like a... I guess probably the Type 9 Heavy would be the best one. You don't even know what it means? So basically, whenever you're inside of a station, if you head over to the contacts panel, like when you go inside the station, you enter like the system services, and on the right side, you can go to the contacts. One of the options for colonization, you can pick a system like somewhere close to where you are and actually claim it as your own system. It gives you a 2-week time period though. And I think it costs like 50 million to actually like claim it for yourself. The only downside is, it's not just credits, you just spend a lot of time like moving resources back and forth. So I think the Type 9 Heavy would probably be the current best ship. Once the Clipper Mark II comes out to in-game, that'll be the next best one and the best one currently in-game. But with that said, it's also going to come with a 249 million price tag, so it's going to be quite expensive for a newer person to get into. Yeah, probably not. My colony I never actually like fully finished, and if you're curious what it pays, oh, what's this? Oh, no, that was beforehand. Oh, well, there we go. I'll be able to steal my own thing back. The list of eligible commanders is you. Alright, wrong thing. That's the carrier weekly upkeep. So I colonize the system, I spend a lot of money, and so far they pay me about 228,000 credits per week. So it's not really the best when it comes to like passive income. I suppose if you have like a lot of systems, you might be able to like piece it together. But I mean, honestly, once you start getting money in the game, it's not really too hard to continue making money. For example, one night of mining, you can make like at least like 200 to 300 million per hour. Maybe a little bit less since you'll be in a smaller ship, so maybe like 150 million. Is this another one that's bugged out? It should have a dot where it's not actually lit, but I'm not seeing it. Yeah, Monday night I'll probably be doing some mining if you want to join us for that. Basically, well, we have two options. We can do it in Capricorn B, or I can take us in a fleet carrier over to like a whole nother area. Fleet carriers are actually really cool. They can transport a whole lot of like commanders in one go. All right, so that's all blue. Bounty hunting for new players? It's a yay as long as you're not going to pick like the hardest one. So they have like different areas. When you're grabbing the contract, it should have like a threat level. So you want to make sure that you're not picking one that's like maxed out threats. Yeah, you can do space combat too. I think mining will be the safest way when it comes to making money though. Why can I not find this place? Just keep in mind, combat also comes with the whole repair cost if you blow up. I'm just going to shoot a few and see if it works.
Just checking in. Everything okay on your end?
All right, well, that one finished. Some commanders think that mining's a little bit boring. Honestly, mining's a very reliable loop when it comes to making money. And it doesn't really take like too much skill to do. Like, especially for laser mining, you just have to get like a good outfit for it. And basically you just sit in one spot, you mine up a whole bunch. If we go to like the triple platinum spot, you can just offload your platinum on my fleet carrier. And then we can just take it back over to the bubble and do like a big sell at the end of the night or something. Yeah, it's super simple and easy. Like, for example, I think it was like a little over 3 hours of my stream, I made like 400 million from platinum alone. I think it was 400 million, maybe it was a little bit more. I don't remember how much we made, but it was quite a few million. Wrong button. thought it was 800 million. That's probably what it was. It's actually not too expensive to like outfit everything.
First landing on this body. Your orders, Commander.
Let's see. I don't know, sorry, it was 223 million per like a little over 3 hours.
Dangerously
So if you spend like a full 8 hours, you'd have to 800 million. Get back on board. And I'm sure if you're like a full-on expert, you can get it quicker, but yeah, I was happy with 223. There's some people who said it was a little slower, some people said that was really fast, but it seems like a good, consistent number. You don't really have to worry about dying from pirates or anything, really. And you'll just be in your own little instance. Hauling for colonization is also easy if you're looking for something simple to do. Always people now looking for hauling stations to fleet carrier. That is true. Although he only has a Sidewinder at the time, so I don't know if he'd be able to really move too much goods for people very quickly. Or have a lot of fun doing it, but hauling is definitely an option too. Not sure how to pronounce your name. But hello, welcome to the stream. But yes, trading commodities is also another very simple way too. Once you get like a ship with a little bit of cargo, you could follow like a Nara path or like a ED co-pilot, and it'll give you like a nice trade loop so you'll know exactly what to buy and then what you can sell to people. And sometimes fleet carriers are just buying like very simple commodities like steel or titanium or something like that because they're tired of loading it themselves. I have nothing but a Sidewinder. Yeah, I think the ground combat's where I'd probably start. That way you can at least get a little bit of money to afford your ship. Or you can grab some like data courier missions or something, but that's kind of dependent on... have I actually scanned this one? No.
I think I saw a Thargoid using a turn signal.
Surface scanned by 50%.
That's what we're calling is 69%.
Surface scan.
Perfect. Yeah, basically data courier, you just literally grab the mission and it tells you to go to A to B and you just do that.
Initiating orbital entry procedures for body A2. This one's a high metal content body.
Although it's a little bit early to think about, but another thing you could do is head over to your 4 panel and click on where it says engineers. I think that'll tell you there. You might have to go inside of the galaxy map. Say land, look and see. But you can look and see like the requirements for the engineers, and you can start working on doing missions for them too. I know like Felicity Farseer, she used to be like one of the main ones that we could get your FSD. So that's like another really strong one to get. Although with the pre-engineered SEO drives, it sort of replaces it, but you still kind of need her if you want the anti-corrosive cargo racks. If you don't have a friend in Soul to like offload your cargo to.
We have touched down, Commander.
Alright, there we go. Let's see, is this going to show the requirements? I think this does. Yeah. Alright, so if you head over to your forward panel in your ship, all you have to do is click on the Engineers tab, and then these guys are going to be like the ones that upgrade your ship. So since you're starting early on, you're not going to have a huge list of engineers, and basically you'll just want to do whatever random tasks that they tell you to do. I think the Dweller is one of like the first ones, but as you slowly progress, you'll unlock some that are useful, some that are useless, and some that'll have you go a little bit further away to unlock them. This is also how you can get like stronger weapons and stuff. And stronger whole health and all that fun stuff. Which it's completely up to you, but that's personally why I prefer staying inside of like a private instance versus like a full-on public one. Mainly just due to the fact that it's very hard to like have the same stats as someone else who has everything fully engineered. I don't know if that's the best way for you to start making money, but keeping engineering in mind for like what the requirements are, I think that is something that you should have that in the back of your mind while you're doing missions. Especially if it's something simple. I think like the Felicity ones like jump 500 light years or something like that. So you'll be doing that naturally while you're doing other missions, but some requirements are like bring blah 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 to this dude and go speak to him or something like that.
Hey, did anyone...
Or you can have a friend like go pick you up and take you somewhere else in the galaxy to start making money with too. Once you get outside the starter system, you'll probably find more of the ground combat missions. You might not find any where you're currently at. Although I think as soon as you do a data courier mission, it basically takes you outside the starter zone. And saying the EDHM is completely optional, but a lot of people like turning the orange off for other colors. I do recommend it, it's like super easy. Currently, right now, I have it set so like each of my ships has their own like unique HUD color, so anytime I swap, I just have to click F11 for it to refresh, and it'll automatically give us a new display. Although I really like this color, so I might give it all. Keep in mind, once you leave, you can't get back to the star system. That messes with some missions. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Yeah, thank you. I like the green.
By 50%.
Definitely gives a lot more like alien vibe to it. What kind of missions do you see at your station? And then we can figure out what kind of missions would be best for you.
Surface scan complete.
Alright, another body done. Oh yeah, and I should mention, if you shoot a cop, don't freak out. It's fine. We've all done it. They do have a jail system in this game, but it's a little bit different. It's not like an actual like prison sentence that you have to serve. Basically, you spawn in at the jail, and then you just have to fly away from it. But system authority can often get in your way, even when they're trying to help. And if you accidentally graze one bullet at them, they do not take kindly to it. And if you continue to shoot at them, then they'll especially not like you. Although one of my friends and viewers, he actually like intentionally got like a maxed out notoriety just to see what would happen. You haven't actually flown yet, you did the tutorials. What tutorials? I remember there was like the one where it taught you how to shoot, then the one where it like somewhat taught you how to fly around, even though all those settings were awful for it and they should have changed it. Those are the only two that I remember.
That's our first landing on this body. Commander, what's the plan?
Fly in peace. I wonder if they revamped it from when I did it. I don't remember any like docking tutorials at all. I remember there was like some path that you had to like fly through and like get the rings, but that's the only tutorial that I remember besides like the ground shooting one. Unless I accidentally skipped it, which I suppose a possibility. I very well likely could have, you know, skimmed Reddit and then just assumed that I did it. I don't remember any like docking though. It's cool.
Setting course for Highfield, KX-SC20-77.
Then I got in the game and I couldn't use the elevators to get into my ship. Huh. Where are you actually from, Eric? Are you American or which side of the world are you from? Two, one. Ah, it was the optional. That explains it. Okay, so you're from Louisiana. So every Wednesday night, if you're like someone who likes to stay up late playing games, Wednesday night at about 4 a.m. they turn the servers off to do an update. I think it's 4 a.m. It's either 4 or 5. I don't remember when, but basically that's the one night of the week that you might want to play a different game, or just keep in mind that they will turn the server off to do a weekly cycle update. But good news is, if you're looking for like ground suits to like possibly find a grade 3, if you wake up on Thursday morning and go searching around, that has a higher chance of spawning new things in, since they reset the weekly pool of what's actually in the stores every single week. But like, let's say I found a station with a grade 3 and I bought it. Since I bought it, you would no longer see the grade 3 there anymore.
Nice. Looks like we just discovered a new system. Perhaps we should scan this one further.
They shut the elevators down and made you do another tutorial. Then they also have like a PvP mode, but it's kind of weird in this game. Not like the open play, but it's like an actual, like, you go against other players and their ships, but it doesn't take into account your ships or your engineering, so it's like a totally different instance. That's a trippy looking planet. Now I'm a Baron. Congratulations. Oh my god, is it just the planet of rings? Or the star system of rings? Of course, it still wrecks pretty well with grade 5 engineering. That's good. I get my butt kicked in my Corsair all the time. Alright, one planet without a ring so far.
2 geological signals detected.
I have access to my ship, and that is where I am in the game. Hey, well there you go.
2 geological signals detected on body 1A.
Geological.
System scan complete.
So it's 9 bodies, and I think like 5 of the 9 are actually ringed planets. Or sorry, 4 of the 9. That's insane how many rings are here. Surely something's got to be good for engineering. Pretty sure Adel stole my hubcaps. Now, depending on your ship, that'll determine how far you actually want to take your SEO drive. Once again, some ships are not very good or not very fuel efficient, so some of these further areas are going to be super hard to get to. There was a mission for it. Yeah, the funny thing is you could have had Darth Vader say it for you. Oh, is this a double ring? This dude just looks trippy. Back to my carrier. Oh, it is just a single ring. It just looks cool.
High-value core hotspots detected on Highfield KXSC 20-774A ring.
Nothing cool. Yeah, it is a pretty neat looking ring. It's got nothing in it, but it's a pretty cool looking ring. But if you're core mining coming to one of these systems that no one's found before, you're probably like golden when it comes to cores. So if you do get into like mining in the game, core mining is one of those things, sort of like the suits, where it's going to be completely RNG and it's going to restock every single week. So if someone else has gone to that area, you won't actually be able to farm it. Where's my... I guess the ring's blocking us from here. Whoop. Too close. Man, you're just going to throw them out there. You good at this game. Did not mean to enter my boost. I was just trying to look and see where we are. I am pretty new still. Started in February after the Thargoid War ended. Hey, Corvus! How are you doing tonight? Saw you been on recently. Oh, quiet you. Did you get credit for any of the Thargoid War stuff, or did you literally start like when it all finished?
Walks into a bar and asks the bartender.
Are you really going to make... There we go.
The bartender replies, "For you, no charge."
Thank you. How considerate of you to decide to turn on. Probably going to have to repair it here in a second. Alright, pull it back. Perfect. Started around colonization, so missed the whole war. Ah, that stinks. Thargoids are like one of the best ways to make money, and it was really cool going to like the ground sites fighting them for it. They didn't have like any ground combat, but basically there's like this swarm that follows them around whenever you fight them in space, so it was a lot easier for newer people to like learn how to fight Thargoids, since they didn't have that swarm protecting them.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Might have gave it a little bit too much juice. Ah, perfect. Maybe he was just trying to polish them, Eric. Doing well, I'm out in my Mandalay, named the Black Page, grabbing planet scans for this current CG, picking up some exobio scans as well. Nice, that's the same thing we're up to tonight. Although I'm just continuing the stream from last time we were on. Ended out in the middle of nowhere, so I figured while we're out here, may as well do another stream of exobio data. Except this time, we found a very weird system. It's like, majority of the system is just rings. %84. Oh yeah, and I don't know if he'd be near as helpful, but technically you could also ask Gordon Ramsay or Nick Cage on with my channel points, and they usually actually take game data and like somehow respond correctly. Which is also kind of interesting and creepy all at the same time.
For the next hour, anyone want to join my crew? Ahoy, me mateys.
Oh yeah, and I forgot, with voice attack you can also, I think it's either voice attack or with ED Copilot. When those two things are combined, one of them you can actually get it so ChatGPT like links into it, so you can have like proper conversations with it. I think it's ED Copilot. Still haven't actually done that part yet, but that'd be kind of cool. How's the finding systems working out for you, Corvus? You doing pretty good at it? Or you just going to like discovered systems? This is good. One of these days I'm going to find a valuable ring. The only downside is, as far as we are, I highly doubt anyone's going to be taking their fleet carrier like 8,000 light years away. Just to mine. Unless it's like a really good spot. I found that the Mandalay has some difficulty landing in tight spots. I'm used to the DPX landing dang near anywhere. Really? Is the Mandalay worse at landing? I didn't know that.
Surface scan complete.
Cobra 5 is also easier to land sometimes. By the way, this is one of those instances where there's a double ring, so basically you'll have to shoot it twice compared to once.
KXSC 20-77380.
Not seeing too many orange spots though, they're just like little dots all over the place, so probably a bunch of junk here too. I think it's because the Mandalay has those wings where the DBX doesn't. It's possible. Funny thing is, before the Mandalay, the most common like exploration ship was the Conda, which is like quite a bit larger. Or the Crate Phantom, I guess that was technically the other popular choice. That was the one I used to use. Well, they sure have a lot of Musgrave and however you say this other one here. Ooh. Alright, so hold on, let's get it further away. It's So once again, my plan's going to be for Monday, we'll probably be doing a mining stream for anyone wanting to join us. We might go out to the triple platinum hotspot again, or we might just stay in Capricornia B, depending on what people are up to. I'd all made up my mind to get the Mandalay. So, the Cobra. What about the Mandalay, Eric? What's your question?
Surface scanned by 50%.
And I'm not ever planning to come back to these systems, so basically we're just trying to like fully complete them while we're here.
I heard the commander saying we need to restock on supplies. Do you think anyone will...
Wow, it's already 4:30 in the morning. I didn't realize it's gotten so late.
Sandwiches.
58% done. The 2 ships to... Well, I'd have to look at the ship prices. I mean, honestly, the DBX might be a good ship too. It's like an alternative. Might be a little bit cheaper too. So if not, I think the Mandalay is like, what, 45 million in-game? I don't know about the Cobra 5, but... might be a little bit for you to actually farm up that kind of money. I can get an Imperial Clipper. Not sure what I do with one cutter is what I need. Oh, are you working on an Imperial rep right now? The hull is like 20 mil for the Mandalay. Are you doing the data carrier missions for the Imperial side? Or what missions are you actually working on? So I think the Imperial ones, you're able to go to like 4 or 5 systems, and you just like keep running data back and forth. What cost me a lot for the Mandalay was the highly recommended 6A fuel scoop. No regrets there, though. Yeah, if you do the data courier missions, they'll be much quicker. Unless you're just having fun with passenger missions. You actually own an Orca. I had one buddy owned an Orca. And he always complained about it getting stuck in mail slots. My friend took an Orca all over back in the day? Really? I suppose there's one way of doing it. The 6A fuel scoop of the minute, much better than the 4A on the DPX. It probably was the Beluga. They both sound very similar, so... Or not necessarily sound similar, but they describe the same thing, so Beluga probably makes more sense. Orca is the small variant of it then? The Beluga is the large one? Alright, so that should be 100%.
Surface scan complete.
I am kind of curious though, where is this? Oh, maybe it's not a triple, it's just a double everywhere. Cool. Oh, okay, since he's a Linux one. Dolphin is the small one, Orc is a medium, but a large pad. that's another thing to keep in mind for like later on. So medium ships have a much easier time of finding a pad to land at compared to a large ship. But obviously that'll be once you start getting money. So with that said, I guess I would add into the list of ships that you might consider either the Corsair or the Python. I personally have no clue how well the Corsair does at mining, but apparently maybe better than the Python Mark 1 at it. But I think all those ships should be roughly around the same price point. Python's fairly good at mining, and it's relatively cheap to like go in and out, grab the stuff. You only have like a limited amount of cargo though compared to a large ship, but you'll at least be able to make your money back fairly quick. I don't think it's too expensive. I don't remember how much each one is in-game though.
Surface scan.
High-value core hotspots detected on Highfield KXSC 20-77 2B ring.
Surface scan.
High-value
Surface scan complete.
Highfield KXSC 20-77 2A ring.
Nothing fun. I think the Python is like 30 million for like the Mark 1. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not too expensive. So one of those three. Right now at Clipper, 1298 cargo, loading my fleet carrier for a station I'm building. I did that not too long ago, I don't know. I keep getting burned out every time I try to do like heavy cargo hauling. I don't mind it, but it's a lot of like going back and forth, not really doing much else. Which is kind of funny because the engine or the mining is kind of like that, but I don't know. I just couldn't get into it as much.
Attention, Commander. We have detected a fleet of spacecrafts in the vicinity.
Oops, did not mean to shoot two.
Do you copy?
What are you looking up? The price of the Clipper? There's so many choices you can do. Something for a while, then do something else. Yeah, that's why I like this game. That's why it's nice having like every other stream be like something else. Like sometimes we'll be exploring, sometimes we'll be mining. I haven't really done too much ground combat lately, but that's another choice. Then you just have the normal all-out combat for ships, mining, and all that fun stuff too. I think I'm going to sign up to be a fuel rat though. I think that'll be kind of fun to make a series on how to actually become a fuel rat and what all it actually does. Miss running power play, BGS bounty hunting? Why don't you do it anymore? Power play is another one of those things where you can get some really good shields and stuff from. If you pick one that fits more of your gameplay style, you'll be able to get merits relatively quickly without having to work too hard to get them. If you're into mining, for example, Yuri Grom has like a decent amount of merits that you're able to get if you sell on his systems. So when you go to sell, keep that in mind. Also, if you go to like sell to a player's fleet carrier, it'll be a little bit different than if you sell to a station because it won't count towards your trading reputation. If you get to elite in any of your specs, then it will unlock a place where it has a lot of discounts for you for free. But it takes a while to get elite. Don't expect to do that in a day. Although ironically, Elite 1 goes fairly quickly compared to Elite. Do that. Where are we at? 76%? If you're going just for pure profits, you can just go to the place that have the bio data, scan those, jump to the next system, just like keep doing it that way. This is more of just like fully completing all the systems that we find though. Plus it'll help with the community event anyway, so hopefully all this extra stuff that we're doing is going to increase our progress in the tiers a little bit more. Alright, so let's see. We almost had a triple one here too. Just a little bit too far away from each other. %85%. You're thinking of what, buying the Anaconda? It's a good ship, but it's going to be a lot if you save up for it, and then it's also going to be a lot for the repairs. But for example, it has, for its size, relatively good jump range, and is fully capable of combat. You just have to get to that point eventually. Yeah, it's a nice versatile ship. Expensive, but versatile. Yeah, I know you're kidding, but technically it is a decent ship. It's just not one that I would recommend to start out with. You should wait till you see the pictures of the Corvette. It's the most expensive ship I could find. Don't worry, the Clipper Mark II will be coming in game. I think about the same time the Type 11 drops, and then that'll be a little expensive. And yes, they do have a saying that apparently you can get a free Anaconda by going out to Hutton Orbital. That has been stated in the game for several years now. There's a saying that if you go all the way out to Hutton Orbital, you'll be able to claim a free conda at the station there. Or you can claim the free coffee cup. Which is very disappointing. I didn't realize it was just going to be a cargo space. So there would literally be no reason to hold on to that coffee cup. That's a trippy looking planet too. Man, not even one hotspot. You couldn't give us anything? Piece of junk ring. Yeah, literally nothing. This dude's good at nothing. Huh. Another thing to save up for is a fleet carrier, but that's definitely like way in the future for you. But the fleet carrier is really nice because you can just leave all your junk in one spot, and then instead of having to like fiddle around trying to like find everything, it's just all going to be in one area for you. The only downside is sometimes you'll be going super far away from your fleet carrier, so you won't have access to it. Alright, 22%. Did you decide on which ship you're going to get, Eric? He knows what he's talking about.
Commander, I have a joke for you. Why don't scientists trust atoms?
You haven't figured it out yet. Well, let's do the one thing that you're not supposed to take into account at all. Which one do you think looks the coolest? It's not a very good metric to go by, but, you know, sometimes you'll just like the way a ship looks better and you might be more likely to use it more often. The Mandalay is one of those really good for like exploration, but the only downside is it doesn't really have that much armor, so it's not going to be a very good combat ship. Like the Cobra might be a little bit better suited to do like more general purpose, but it definitely doesn't have the range that a Mandalay would be able to get to. Want to looks? I'm liking the Mandalay. Hey, well, you know what? You just got a skin for the Mandalay too. Should have like green tips or something to it. I mean, you could run away faster, technically, yeah. You can also jump much further. Now, you'll need to engineer it to get, like, the best range possible. But it's fairly good as, like, the default, and then it gets much better as you engineer more components on it. Yeah, if you're wanting to run like a rescue ship sort of deal, then the Mandalay would be the best one. It's just I don't think it's going to be the best at combat. It might be okay at fighting Thargoids since it's able to stay cool for so long.
I just found out that space is actually infinite. So
but I haven't actually tested it for fighting.
Around in circles.
Going to go with the Cobra Mark V. And that's actually one that I don't own yet, so I can't speak too much on it.
Surface scan complete.
There we go. That came out after I had all my ships, so it's sort of those weird things where technically it's to help newer commanders, but since I already had better ships, I was like, I don't really need to buy it. Then I use my Mandalay for long exploration trips, and then, wow, that is like right next to the ring. Okay. Then I use my Phantom for city driving. One of my favorites, even though I am using the Corsair more for multi-role. What do you mean you use the Corsair for multi-role? What do you do with the Corsair?
Surface scanned by 50%.
Yeah, I'm curious what it could actually do, because the Corsair is not the best jump range.
Through geological signals detected on Body 1A.
Oh, that's right, geological. We don't care about you. Has like 128 cargo, reasonable jump range, and a large scoop, lots of guns, decent shields.
Approaching Body 1A.
Hmm.
It is an icy body with
Guess I never really thought of it as a multi-purpose ship.
and a surface temperature of minus 185 degrees Celsius.
Largest RV bay too. Oh, so speaking as like a newer player when it comes to like spending money to outfit a ship, the higher level fuel scoops, they will gather quicker. However, technically you can have a very weak fuel scoop and still be able to fill your ship up. So it's not like it have to have like a certain size requirement to fill you up. There we go.
First landing on this body. Your orders, Commander.
And do you know how to use your 3D map, Eric? Like when it comes to inside the ship with the different compasses that we have? Or for anyone else new?
Shield activated.
Confirmed first-footfall. Took me a while to actually learn that. So, in the middle of our HUD here, I don't think I can even point with my mouse. So, we have like a small compass in the top left. When you're looking at our dashboard, that we have like the main, like big circle. That smaller circle is going to be pointing towards where you want to be aiming at. So you want your crosshairs always pointing at that dot. Now, when you're fighting like a ship, for example, that'll be on side of the bigger radar. That's going to basically have a little arrow telling you if you need to go up or down to aim at the target location. It's like, for example, see that planet over there? That's where that little mini compass is going to be trying to tell us. And you just want to line up that crosshair with it. And then you'll get the best handling possible when you're inside of that extra dash line. So for example, we have like our throttle maxed out currently, but if we pulled up the throttle some, that little smaller line right next to the big one, that's where you'll get the maximum handling. Which is good for combat to have better maneuverability. Is this dude's planet's literally just right on top of the rings the whole... Oh. That thing's gravitational field must be huge. Yeah, it's based on your color screen. Since I changed all my colors, I won't be able to see what it looks like.
Approaching body 1B. It is an icy body with gravity.
Let's see, a little bit too close. We might be able to get one more off though. Aha! Perfect.
Detected on body 1B.
I am probing a planet. So basically use a detailed surface scanner, and that's how you're able to map out the planet. So basically you're going to be able to grab cartographic data that we can turn it in. Also, if you're looking for biosignatures, it'll point you to where you're supposed to go in like this big blue area. It's also for geologicals, however, most people don't bother stopping at geological planets. Oh, here's another good example too. So whenever you're trying to land on a planet, it'll have like arrows pointing to where you're supposed to be going. So like, for example, that was just saying we need to go down some. But like the other one will say like you need to raise like the front nose of your ship up. And if you land too hard, you'll take some damage to your shields, which is why having a shield is nice. That way you damage your shields instead of your hull for an exploration ship. There's some planets though that'll have a lot more crazy gravity, and they can actually like suck you into the planet itself and blow you up. So you always want to have like a little bit of a shield to protect you. And don't be ashamed to use auto dock or auto land. Eventually though, you'll probably decide that it has too much modules that you need, and you'll eventually take it off your ship. But let's be real, when you're moving a whole bunch of cargo or something, it is a lot less stressful when you just click the button and just, you know, sit back, relax, and watch your ship do the thing itself and not have to worry about anything. Like I said, a lot of people, I think I'm one of the few people who plays without the orbital lines, but a lot of people recommend keeping them on. I just think it looks weird with them, so that's why I always have mine off. But usually for planets, you see like ginormous rings around everywhere. My shieldless Conda has the docking computer though. Is that for your exploration? You have the shieldless one? Oh, it's your trading vessel. Is that still going to stay your trading vessel once you get the Clipper Mark II? Or are you going to change your multi-purpose role for the Conda? From the only 2 deaths was getting that stuck in the mail slot. You've only died twice.
Surface scanned by
84%.
Now entering orbital cruise for body 1C. Planet is of type icy body. Surface temperature is minus 189
Mail slot's that little thing that you enter inside of stations.
0.08 G.
It's like that main orbital station that you started in. That's what some mail slots called when you go in and out of the station. Also, it does have the possibility to have large ships get stuck in them, so it's very possible that even without like messing up on your own, your auto dock and auto land can break the game and accidentally like crash into things and you'll get stuck in there. And if you get stuck in the mail slot, the game will yell at you for blocking the mail slot and they'll start giving you fines for it. Oh, okay, you were just messing with them. Yeah, you definitely can get fines for it. Oh, and if you ever accidentally drive inside before you call the station, they also don't get very... They're not very happy about it. And I'd say the chill factor is like minus 40. Like, literally the second you go inside, you have like 2 seconds to reverse or you're going to get caught. So if you're in a fast ship that goes in and out of stations, usually you're just going to get stuck inside of it. And then you'll have a huge fine that you have to pay.
On this body. Your orders, Commander.
Mainly for bigger ships, though. Like, if you ever got the Type 9 or something like that, that'd be one that's a little bit harder to squeeze into. Yeah, it is huge, especially when he's broke. Plus a possible prison sentence for, you know, disrupting the flow of traffic. Alright, fine. I guess it's been broke for quite a while now. $57%. Yeah, that poor guy's been beat up a little bit. So basically you can use your auto field maintenance unit and he'll slowly start repairing your stuff. Cool thing is you can actually synthesize it to fix it on the fly. Everything else though has been about 80%, which isn't too bad. We jumped about 6,000 light years to get to where we're at currently. So most of the stuff's actually been holding out fairly well. This is the second time we repaired our SCO drive though. While you're waiting for it to repair, though, you're not actually able to use it. Oh yeah, and another technology that'll help later on is going to be the Guardian frameshift drive.
Commander, I have detected a rogue asteroid on a collision course with our ship. Just kidding, it's just a space cow.
1 second. What do you mean his farming's bad for Guardian Tech? It's not that bad. You just go out to one spot. Oh, it's most definitely worth the 10. Yeah. Even on like junk ships, it helps a ton. Yeah, they take a while sometimes. We'll say that. %, good enough. Oh, that's right. Then whenever you're done with your AMFU, make sure you actually turn it on. 5A what now? Oh, you're talking about the Guardian boost? Oh, yeah, 5 is the base they come. Basically, there's only one type. They might have had like different ones in like a community event or something at some point in the game. A lot of the stuff you might find is like, if you were here for a certain community event, you might have like a special advantage over people who weren't. Usually they have like some form of it, like the anti-corrosive cargo racks, for example. If you were there when it originally came with the original community event, you got a couple different size cargo racks versus what you can actually get in game. You can still get some of the stuff, but you can't get like exactly what everyone else was able to. Or like the Titan that you joined afterwards, that automatically gave you like each of the different size for the pre-engineered SEO drives. So you got like one of everything.
Did you hear that some explorers found a planet made in
Instead of having to like grind other materials for it.
striking it rich?
So that helps a decent amount too. Your frame shift is 5A? It's either 5 or 6. I don't remember what's exactly on the Mandalay. But I always use size A for your SEO drive. And honestly, I usually use size A for the thrusters too, because I don't like going slow.
Now entering orbital cruise for body 1D. This one's an icy body. Gravity is 0.07 G. Surface temperature is minus 191 degrees Celsius.
But there's a lot of components that you can kind of get away with going with size D. The reason why you would want to go with D is because it weighs less, so it actually increases your jump range compared to having like heavier modules on your ship. Yeah, A is basically the best, and then there's a couple different ones. I think A and D are the two most popular choices between the list. But there's some stuff that you physically have to have an A. Like if you ever get into mining, you want to have an A grade prospector, because that'll give you a higher yield. Yeah, where like D always weighs less than everything else, so that's basically like your cheaper option, and it's also going to be much better for jumps. So a lot of components in like an exploration ship, for example, you're actually going to have it like undersized quite a bit. I personally have never tried the Corsair for it, so I can't speak for that one. I find the Python Mark 1 good, but maybe Adel will have more input on it for the Corsair version.
We have touched down.
But I mean, really, you can do any ship for mining. It's just the Python has really good handling. It's a relatively good entry level. I think the Asp Explorer also has some decent mining capabilities, but the Python is just a little bit better. So some ships have higher opportunities to have like a better power plant, better power distributor. So they're going to allow you to shoot your lasers more frequently. So the Python, for example, is one of those ships that has a high enough distributor and power plant to where you'll be able to run more of the size 2 lasers consistently without having to worry about it like yell at you and like go into like this overheat mode, so it'll make you stop. Where like if you picked a smaller ship or one that's not necessarily able to handle that same sort of heat load, then you'll have a lot more trouble trying to do the same task, which will make you take longer. But technically any ship can. That's why some people mine with the Corvette, which even though it's a combat ship.
Setting course for Highfield, ZK-W C18-62. We will reach our destination.
And the guy from earlier was in a Type 9. I've been trying to talk him out of the Type 9. Ever since I died to that thing, like the first day of playing this game, I hated that thing. I appreciated it because my buddies were able to get me enough money to start off, but I always hated that thing ever since I died in it. Roll 3, 2, 1.
Vista
13. What does this week end on? And that's exactly what happens. I didn't know as a newer player that you were supposed to actually like scan the ring to see where the hotspots were. I just went to where my buddies were, and then they were telling me about this, like, yeah, as long as you're inside this colored area. And I was like, what? I don't have that.
Commander.
And then I learned the hard way that, well, it turns out that if you go in and out of an area, it has a higher chance of spawning pirates. I did that, my little turtle Type 9, and it got completely squished.
System scan complete.
2. Well, apparently the no in is definitely nothing here. You own the Clipper Mark II though, don't you, Idle? I think you were talking about it earlier. With the CG pre-engineered cargo racks, it's like 534 ton cargo? Or do you not have the Clipper Mark II yet? Might have been someone else mentioning it. Oh, okay, so you don't actually have the Clipper yet. Okay, that makes sense. Once you get the Clipper, it's going to completely replace your Conda. You should be able to get with the default build about 1304. If you're just going for solid cargo. Yeah, gotcha. You need about 250 or so. I think it's like 225 on the discount stations.
We're now one jump from Highfield, ZK-W C18-62.
What, has this been discovered already?
You are now officially the first arse-picking ape descendant to visit this system.
Nope. Ten bodies. Need to make money. I went to about 7 billion and 400 million.
B7 has an atmosphere and is landable. Nice. B4 is landable with an atmosphere. One biological signal detected on body B5. B5 has an atmosphere and is landable.
Carrier is great though, love it. Oh yeah, the fleet carrier is awesome.
One biological signal detected on body B3. Excellent. B3 is landable with an atmosphere. One biological signal.
This is really the system of bacterium everywhere.
Are very good. B6 is landable with an atmosphere.
System scan complete.
One biological signal detected on body B7.
Alright, oh, whoa, hold on. So, but this is another good reason why having ED Explorer is really nice. If you're like confused at which one, it'll tell you the exact variants, then it'll also tell you the value of each one. So it looks like all of these are just going to be bacterium. I think we're just going to jump to the next system. See if we can try our luck better. So I don't really want to mess with that. Done good tonight, though. We basically maxed out every single system we've been to. Gotten quite a bit of first footfalls. By the way, this is exactly how on the map, sometimes you'll see that the place has been discovered, but they don't actually have any like first maps or first footfalls. So if anyone else came to that system we just left, technically they would have the opportunity to get the first footfalls and the first maps, but they won't be the ones to discover the system. Those are the money makers. Now, for example, this one, someone else has discovered it, so we don't really have to care about these. What are the moneymakers? Just then left have been discovered, do they show up in the Spanish searches? Well, you're welcome to go there and steal all of the biological data. I didn't want to mess with the bacterium, especially this time, so I'm like, you know what, I'm fine. Yeah, until a place has actually been gone to, technically nothing's actually procedurally generated, so that's why they don't have any data on, like, any of the information on it yet. This is actually the first system in a long time that we've gone to where it wasn't fully discovered.
Pilots like to play space golf using limpets and asteroids. We should try it sometime.
Which is good, because then we actually have the opportunity to just, like, go for biological data if there's anything good, and if not, we'll just dip. All right, so we got one more of the big ones. There we go. This system's the one that's hiding of everything.
2 biological signals detected on body 3F. Nice. 3F has already been discovered, but it's landable with an atmosphere.
So depending on if that person had ED Copilot, it would actually pop up on the screen where we're supposed to be going.
2 geological signals detected on body 3C. 2 geological signals detected on body 3BA.
But it looks like most of these places have already been gone to.
2 geological signals detected on body 3A.
Also, fully mapping out a system pays you some too. So it is nice to at least do your FS scan. And since these aren't going to be first discoveries, the $1 million like bacterium and stuff, they're literally just going to be 1 million.
2 biological signals detected on body 5C.
Now that one, 9 million, that's not too bad.
Body 5C has an atmosphere and is landable. Not our discovery, but could be a chance of first footfall.
So dude discovered it, but he never actually went there? Alright, we can go to 5C. That's like the most valuable one that we found so far. That's weird though if he found it. What if he just never turned the data in, or if he died after finding it? Oh, yeah, speaking of that, so exploring is a good way to make money, but the only downside is if you blow up before you turn it in, nothing you did mattered since you no longer had proof that you did it, so it erases everything you did. I think it might still keep your first footfall, but everything else is completely reset.
Signals detected on body 4CA.
But I could be wrong on the first footfalls. It might also delete that too.
Detected on body 4A. 2 geological signals detected on body 4B.
First time out in the dark, friend jumped us and his carrier 5,000 light years away was beautiful. Alright, so hold on. So C18625C. You can go back to turn it in at the end of the day? Oh, you're talking about if you go back to the same place? Yeah, you can do it all over again, but if you're going for like a long trip and you blow up, you'll lose all that data. And then you'll have to do it all over again. Now... Oh, yeah, if you have your carrier there, that's a different story. So one thing to keep in mind, theoretically this dude did not stop here at all. All it says is first discovered, so he did his FSS scan and then he just kept on going. So if he had actually mapped it, it should say first mapped by blah 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 and first footfall by blah blah blah. So theoretically, we still have the opportunity to get the first footfall here, and we also have the opportunity to get all of the data with the 5 times bonus. Unlike last time when I had 3.6 billion, which was nervous time. Hold on, I gotta grab my charger for my headset. Alright, it's late or early, depending on how you look at it. Have a good night, Daddle. I'll probably be getting off after I finish this scan on this planet, too. It's about 5:30 in the morning for me. Assuming that we can find him. But it should be good. It's not bacterium. I don't know why that the guy would, like, find... I guess he was just looking for the more valuable worlds. I guess that's possible, too. Oh, and if you're like doing it as a group, supposedly people were claiming that you can like share the discovery with people, but I've never actually had an opportunity to see like someone be able to share it. I've only ever seen like one name at a time. So I think if like you're in a group together, it's whoever turns their data in first. So just like this guy could be like sitting on the information that he has the first footfall on the first map, but if I turn the data in before him, he doesn't actually get credit for it. I get the credit. And thanks so much for following, Adel. I appreciate it. Like I said, Monday we'll be back again with probably some mining. We finally find a decent planet worth money and you disappear on us. Alright, so we'll let that probe hit. That should be 100% scanned. And then I think this system's going to be worth like 13 billion before we actually get the boost.
Do you know what the difference between an onion and a Thargoid is? Nobody cries when they cut up a Thargoid. 2 biological signals detected on body 5C.
What? Oh, these are just rare species of... That makes sense. Alright, fine. I see how you are, game. So let's go for the Fonticula first. We know we can find that, so that'll be 3 million without the boost. Theoretically, though, that he shouldn't have had the first footfall. We'll know whenever we exit our ship if it's first footfall. But it must be a rare type of bacterium for it to be worth 9 mil.
Initiating orbital entry procedures for body 5C. It is an icy body with gravity of 0.26 G and a surface temperature of minus 193 degrees Celsius.
190 degrees Celsius. Overall, the ship's actually doing pretty good when it comes to health, too. Alright, so the bacterium will go for 9 million. Fonticula is going to be going for about 3 million. So the mushroom should definitely be the easier spot, but we really want to try to find both of them here. Now, sometimes it takes a second for things to load into when you get down to a planet, so you may have to like go out to the map and back again, but usually it'll populate fairly quickly, like now. And we'll go ahead and scan these, because I find it very odd that they're worth so much.
We have touched down. Commander, our first landing on this body.
Blowing the SRV. I think we got about 50% fuel from earlier, so I'd be curious to see like how much fuel we actually are able to end up with.
Low gravity loading.
So there's a pod close to the ship right here. Yeah, I guess it is just a different type.
This looks like the first time we have found an emerald fonticulua lapida. Another entry for our codex. That's worth around 3.11 million credits if you get a sample.
Are we going to get the first footfall?
Nicely done. A emerald fonticulua lapida sample on this body that has not been reported to backend systems.
Yes, we are. All right. So that means we're definitely going to get the bonus for all the data, too.
That's the first sample of fonticulua lapida collected, Commander. Now
This is one system's going to be worth about 11.5 million plus the 5 times bonus. Assuming that we can find both the Fonticula and the bacterium. Which is another handy thing, even though exploration is kind of like a solo thing. But if you have a friend here, you can also sort of ping off of each other and figure out, oh, well, I found the bacterium. Then you're able to keep that locked in, secured. All right, so number 2.
Second sample collected, Commander. Now move another 500 meters from
The next stream, hopefully by Monday, I'll have a soundtrack for us that we can actually play while we're playing. Make sure it's quiet enough though, so it's not like too overbearing, but my plan is to have a little bit more in the space between. Okay, 74 for 450.
now at an appropriate distance to find.
Alright, well, we at least locked in. Was it 16 million? So that's not too bad at all. Alright, so next up is going to be the very rare type of bacterium.
Has paid off. That's more cash for us to collect at Vista Genomics. Still one unknown species left to scan on this body, Commander.
I mean, the bacterium and Fonticula should be spawning in roughly the same place. So theoretically, we just need to like drive around, see if we can find it, and then if not, we'll get inside of our ship, fly around, and look for like weird disturbances on the ground. A lot of these like light body planets are be kind of hard to find the bacterium, but it's usually like a dragon scale crust area that you're looking for. Aha! Wait, we have one. Somewhere in this general region. That's what was pinging off the plants there, but I don't think so. Where the heck?
Right. Once you cross the event horizon, never coming back.
Alright, maybe we'll just ping off the plants. Alright, so let's drive back to the ship. See if we can get lucky a different way. This is why usually I skip bacterium, but since this one was worth so much, we'll actually spend a little bit of extra time trying to find it. So usually the bacteria would be spawned in like flat areas, and they're typically spread kind of far apart. It's not guaranteed that they're far apart. Sometimes they'll be like right next to each other, but usually it's one of the few things that, even though it says like 500 meters, it'll typically actually be around that before you start seeing them again. Alright, yeah, so we're just on the trees over on this side. Last time we did this, we actually got kind of lucky by finding the bacterium pretty quick together. Tonight, though, we haven't really had much luck with bacterium. Had good luck with Fonticula, though.
What's really scary about space? You can't get results. So if you ever want to let it out, now's your chance.
Alright, so let's board the ship. By the way, for anyone newer, it does not actually matter which way you dock your SRV back inside of your ship. It just sort of goes either way. So if you fly around with your composition scanner, basically you just look for pings, and that's how you can tell that you found bacterium. Unless you can see it visually. But usually the pings in fly about 50 meters above the ground. You'll have your highest chance. So you don't want to be too far to where it's not spawning in. Like that blob there. Actually, hold on. We're going to back up some. That way we can definitely use our SRV to scan it.
Second landing on this body. Your orders, Commander.
Wait to grab my SRV. That is one thing that they don't have yet. There's no ability to like remote call your SRV to you. I think that'd be a really cool feature. I don't know if they would ever do that, but that'd be kind of cool. Like a Batmobile sort of feel. So you can remote call your ship to you, just not an SRV. Our SRV is currently sitting at 37% fuel. So we do need to eventually get to a place to refuel.
No gravity warning.
Alright, so now we can properly scan this place.
Congratulations, Commander. This looks like the first time we have found an aquamarine bacterium informer. Another entry for our codex. That's worth around 8.42 million credits if you get a sample.
Yeah, it was right on the credits too.
Nicely done. A aquamarine bacterium informum sample on this body that has not been reported to backend systems.
Alright, so from here on out, instead of needing the SRV, all we have to do is exit the ship with our Artemis suit and scan it, so that should go much quicker. Basically, you want to scan your stuff with your vehicles first, that way it gets added to the data bank. Sometimes it's easier to drive around in your SRV, where other times it's easier just to drive around in your, or fly around in your ship, that way you can locate the pods Looks like for this planet over in the sky, it's going to be a lot darker patch compared on the ground, so it should be a typically easier time to find it. There's another patch right there, but that's way too close, unfortunately.
We have moved far enough away. Now
Perfect. Here's another one already.
that's our third landing on this body, Commander.
Alright, this planet's not too bad, especially flying around to find the pods and speeding up much quicker. This one's nice enough to have sort of like a greenish hue to it also, so it makes it much easier to find when you're comparing it to the white ground.
Now move another 500 meters from here and find our last sample.
Which makes sense why they called it aquamarine. So we want to stick with more flat areas, so I think this way we'll have the higher yield than over to the left.
We have moved far enough away. Now look for another sample.
That was quick. Oh. Like really quick, okay.
We have touched down, Commander. Our fourth landing on this body.
Occasionally your Mandalay might have issues where it decides to light in the air. You can actually teleport inside the Mandalay. It's one of the few ships that acts kind of weird when it comes to that. This time though it's on the ground. I thought it was in there. And sample number 3 is now acquired. Nice. Alright guys, well that's going to do it for today's stream. If you guys enjoyed, make sure you like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one, Commanders. Hope everyone has a good afternoon, evening, and morning.